Hmm. Yeah, we are live, right?
Great.
Yes, Rohit, we are live.
Okay, great. So hi Jesse, can you give a short introduction about yourself? Where are you from, and what do you do for a living and all?
Sure. Thank you for this opportunity. And my name is Jasmeet Singh, and I live in Chandigarh. And here I am working in a MNC company of domains and websites. So my company deals with domains and website hosting. And I am a part of TISA for around 5 years. And we have a great SSG in Chandigarh and Tri-City area, which includes Chandigarh, Mohali, Panchkula, uh, and there are a lot of active member also. And last week, we conducted a self-help group after this COVID times. It was a great meet, and we were able to meet Jasbir sir, who is our mentor in Chandigarh self-help group. So we are having a great time here, and we are connected on phone calls. And if there is some information or any kind of things required inside the SHG members, so we call each other and help each other, which is really a great thing about this TISA family. They are very helpful. So in Chandigarh, there are ongoing SHG meetings. So with this medium, I would like to inform all of you that whoever is located near Chandigarh can join us, can call me, or can reach me out on Instagram or Facebook.
Yeah, sure, definitely. Even Chandigarh is like one of the most active SSG along with Delhi and Mumbai SSG.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and even I started my TISA journey from Mumbai SSG itself.
All right. Oh, great. Wonderful.
Yeah, so we also have Abhishek Kumar. Hi, Abhishek. Can you please turn on your video? Abhishek, Abhishek Kumar, can you please turn on your video, or you can just give your small introduction? Oh, great. Hi.
हेलो सर, मेरा नाम अभिषेक है और
Abhishek.
मैं दिल्ली से जी से हूँ। और अभी लास्ट 2-3 मंथ से मैं मतलब इसमें टीसा में फिर से हुआ हूँ। मतलब इसके पहले मैं 2011 से लेकर 14 तक मतलब इसमें टीसा में एक्टिव था, लेकिन किसी कारण से मैं लास्ट 6-7 साल से एक्टिव नहीं रहा। तो अभी मैं मतलब 2-3 महीने से फिर से ऑनलाइन एक्टिविटी अटेंड करना स्टार्ट किया हूँ। और मैंने मतलब आईटी से बीटेक किया था और मेरा फैमिली बिजनेस है फरीदाबाद में, और मैं अभी उसकी मार्केटिंग देखता हूँ।
ओह, वाओ।
ओके सर, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर। हमारे साथ कुलदीप कुमार भी है। हेलो कुलदीप, क्या आप आपका वीडियो कैमरा कर सकते हो? अ, अ, कुलदीप जी, ओके। Okay, no problem. So, hello, Akansha ji.
ये लोग का मतलब है क्या?
कुलदीप जी, आप मुझे सुन सकते हो?
मेरी फोटो भी जाओगे?
ठीक है, शायद उन्होंने वेट बोला। एक सेकंड। Good evening, Advocate Allwin.
गुड इवनिंग रोहिल जी।
तो कैसे हो आप?
आई एम गुड, आई एम जस्ट सेइंग, हैव यू मेड ओके, यू आर मेकिंग co-host ना एवरीवन? ओके,
हाँ, yes,
लेट मी चेक वंस। Okay. There is one Pintu Kumar. Please make him also co-host. See, actually, there are two Pintu Kumar. हाँ? जो मेरा वाला पिंटू जरा देख लो आप।
अरे उसने अभी तक ज्वाइन नहीं किया, उसने अभी तक अलविन
ज्वाइन नहीं किया है। ओके,
नहीं, पिंटू हैज नॉट ज्वाइन,
so he will join at 6:45. He is sharp, no, on time.
कॉल हिम एंड आस्क। या
हम लोग का प्रैक्टिस अभी जस्ट हुआ है। वी वर आल्सो ऑन Zoom. We had created a link. So अभी वो आता ही होएगा। भीड़ आने दो थोड़ा यार, और there are very less participants. थोड़ा भीड़ आएगा तो थोड़ा हमको भी encouraging लगेगा।
हाँ, sure.
We can show off ना।
भीड़ अपने आप आ जाएगा, देखते देखते आ जाएगा।
भीड़ जब तक आएगा तब तक हो जाएगा प्ले हम लोग।
हमारा एक्ट है ना जो अलविन, वो लोग देखते देखते अपने आप आ जाएंगे।
होप सो, लेट्स सी। अच्छी चीज है ये तो। और 4 मिनट है।
ओके, सूरज सर भी आ गए। Okay, so till that time we can have a small introduction from other people. So Kuldeep Kumar ji, am I audible?
और भाई जैसी भाई की हाल है? मेरा नाम भाई कुलदीप कुमार है। मैं मानसा पंजाब तो हाँ। मैं 2 बार TISA'S ਦੀ ਵਰਕਸ਼ਾਪ ਅਟੈਂਡ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ 2015 ਚ, ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ 2017 ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਦੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ 5 ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਵੀ NC ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ TISA'S ਦੀ, ਤੇ ਫੇਸਬੁੱਕ ਤੋਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਸੀ। ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਜੋਨ ਉਹ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ, ਅਭੀ ਜੋਨ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ।
Okay, thank you.
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ TISA'S ਦਾ ਹੈ ਟੈਲੀਗ੍ਰਾਮ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਸੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 11-1200 ਮੈਂਬਰ ਸੀ। ਉੱਥੋਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਉਹ ਕਰਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਰਿਮੂਵ ਕਰਤਾ। 2 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਰਿਮੂਵ ਕਰਤਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ। ਅੱਗੇ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਦਾ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਸੀ।
एक्चुअली कुलदीप जी, आप हिंदी में बोल सकते हैं? मेरी पंजाबी थोड़ी कमजोर है.
शुड आई ट्रांसलेट?
या श्योर.
वो बोल रहे हैं वो टी शर्ट जो ग्रुप था उनमें से उनको रिमूव कर दिया किसी ने कुछ महीने पहले. उनको नहीं पता भी किस करके उनको रिमूव किया गया है. टेलीग्राम वाला जो ग्रुप है ना.
समझा मैं. ठीक 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 है ना. फिर हम लोग ठीक है. फिर जो टीसा टेलीग्राम एडमिन ग ग ग्रुप है वो 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 जरूर इसे देख लेंगे. थैंक यू कुलदीप जी बताने के लिए.
ठीक है भाई.
Okay, so yeah, Allwin जी, I guess आपकी पूरी टीम आ गई है. So can we start?
Wait a minute. I'm searching for Pintu. Pintu
Okay,
ji.
yeah. Pintu.
I cannot see him.
We have Renu ji.
Alvin, can you
Renu ji is there.
call him once and talk to him immediately?
I did.
Yeah.
Let me call
Just
him
ask him to
again.
join immediately.
Yeah. I'll do that.
Thanks.
I guess अभी पिंटू जी I guess पिंटू जी आ गए अभी.
आ गई.
So Alvin, we can start. Yeah. I just bring everyone on the same platform, pinning them so that are we done की और कोई है आपके की रेनू
I guess all are there.
5% are there.
हाँ.
5% है हमारी टीम में.
Okay. So I guess सब आ गए ना.
Yes, Rohil ji. I guess everyone is here.
Okay.
You can start with the introduction. Then I will start.
Fine.
Rohil ji.
Yeah, so good evening everyone. Now we will have a small poetic drama written and created by advocate Allwin Dave, featuring Pintu Kumar, Akriti, Dr. Renu Goyal, Anita Singh, and Advocate Allwin Dave himself.
Thank you, Rohil ji, for this warm welcome. My name is Advocate Allwin Dave. I have written one play naming Ha मैं hakla हूँ. Yes, I am a stammerer. Along with me, my friends will also be performing. Their names are Pintu Kumar ji, Dr. Renu Goyal ji, Akriti ji, and Anita Singh ji. Thank you, guys. Where is Pintu Kumar? दिमाग का दही कर देते हो यार.
यहाँ तो है ना.
इधर तो है लेकिन वो किधर है?
Yeah, yes, I got him. Oh.
वो अपना पार्ट भूल गए लगते हैं.
Nikhil, yeah, due to some reason I am not able to add Pintu. Unmute कीजिए. So co-host किसे बनाया है? वो भी एक पिंटू कुमार
है. हाँ, पिंटू कुमार ही होस्ट है.
I guess then he is the wrong Pintu Kumar.
No. There's only
one
Pintu Kumar who has joined.
Okay, then he is saying that he is not able to unmute. Just a second.
Ask him to rejoin the meet, Alvin.
Yeah, I'll tell. But he's able to hear, na? Pintu ji, please rejoin. I guess he has left.
Fine. So till he is back, Alvin, can you just tell us कि मतलब ये क्या प्ले है करके थोड़ा मतलब बताओगी? ऐसे ही मतलब
ये प्ले ना ये प्ले ऐसा है कि मतलब when PWS in his school, what he feels when he is in college, at that time what situation he faces during workplace, what his situation faces. It also tells about acceptance. It also tells about acceptance, how he met intellectual people. Some people, they are very intellectual. They don't care about if you stammer or you don't speak fluently. It says about all this. And at the end, we need to love our stammering. Without loving our stammering, our weaknesses, our anxieties, there is no cure. So it says all this stuff. I guess Pintu ji has joined.
Yes. Co-host भी है.
Let him once come on the mic. Pintu ji, क्या आप हमें सुन पा रहे हो? Still he is not able to. I guess. ये कोई wrong Pintu Kumar है. He is asking why.
एक ही पिंटू है.
पिंटू जी, क्या आप झारखंड वाले पिंटू जी हो?
यस, उनका मतलब है, वाई का मतलब है यस. एक ही है पे पिंटू कुमार जी, वही है.
ओके, सो व्हाई इज नॉट कमिंग ऑन दिस थिंग? व्हाई इज नॉट स्पीकिंग?
उनका शायद कोई
अनम्यूट नहीं हो रहा है क्या?
फिर से आए हैं पिंटू कुमार.
और एक
आई हैव एडमिटेड हिम.
I guess he might be having
पिंटू
some
कुमार जी
network
अपना
issue.
कैमरा ऑन कीजिए, पिंटू कुमार प्लीज ऑन योर कैमरा.
Because now few minutes back he was with us.
अनम्यूट नहीं हो रहा,
म्यूट नहीं हो रहा है उनका.
कुछ तो इश्यू है. Alvin, I think you all can start, maybe not to like wait for someone. You all can start doing. This is the best
Fine,
option.
Nikhil ji. Even
think,
I was
I think,
thinking the same.
You can manage his piece because we
Yeah,
not to,
yeah,
like,
I can.
time constraints are there. Yeah, please start.
Yeah, yeah. 1 second, just 1 second. I'll try from my end. Okay, fine. I'll start with it. Rohil ji, can you again give me an intro?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
1
think he has
second.
joined.
Renu ji, Akriti
हाँ
ji,
जी.
and Anita ji, be ready. Okay. Yes, sir. Rohil ji.
ओके जी, ओके जी, ओके जी. We are ready.
So good evening, everyone. Now we will be having a small poetic drama. हाँ मैं हकला हूँ. Yes, I am a stammerer, which is written and created by advocate Allwin Dave, featuring Anita Singh, Dr. Renu Goyal, Pintu Kumar, and Akriti, and advocate Allwin Dave himself.
I think he has
Thank
joined
you,
again. Pintu
Rohil
Kumar.
ji.
Yeah. Pintu,
Thank
can
you,
unmute?
Rohil ji, for the warm welcome. This is a poem which I have written. It's for all PWS as well as non-PWS who can understand the situations faced by a PWS in daily life. It starts with Pintu Kumar ji, Renu ji, Akriti ji, Anita ji, along with me. Thank you. हाँ मैं हकला हूँ, गंजा नहीं, अंधा नहीं, काना नहीं, गूंगा नहीं, बहरा नहीं, लूला नहीं, दिव्यांग तो बिल्कुल नहीं. हाँ मैं हकला हूँ. Yes, I am a stammerer. माता मेरी इतनी प्यारी, मेरे हकलाने पे मुस्कुराकर हमेशा बोलती, बेटा डोंट वरी. पिताजी मेरे है बिजनेसमैन, लेकिन कभी महसूस ना होने दिया दैट आई एम द हकला मैन. बड़ी बहन का राजा भैया तो मंझली बहन का आंखों का तारा. फिर भी क्यों सताती है मुझे बेचैनी. हाँ मैं हकला हूँ. यस, आई एम अ स्टैमरर.
मन ही मन में उठ रहे एक सवाल. तो मेरे दोस्त हैं बहुत बेमिसाल, सुनते हैं मुझे ये बगैर मुझे रोके, समझ जाते हैं जब मैं ना करूं कुछ वार्तालाप. फिर भी मैं खुद को कोसती रहती हूँ हमेशा, हे ऊपर वाले क्यों बनाया मुझे ऐसा. ये कैसी पहेली है जो सबके समझ के है पार. हाँ यार, हाँ मैं हकला हूँ. यस, आई एम स्टैमरर.
सब कुछ करके देख
पाठशाला में मेरे उड़े अनेकों मजाक, मैंने भी मारपीट करके सबको चटाई मात. कॉलेज में आते आते समझा ये कोई बीमारी नहीं है साहब, जब साथ मिला विज्ञान और सज्जन लोगों का लाजवाब. चाह थी मेरी मैं ठीक से बोल पाऊं, स्पीच थेरेपिस्ट के तकनीकों में खो जाऊं. सांसें नाक से नहीं मुंह से लिया करो, यही हमेशा कहा करते थे. हकलाने की समस्या से 100% मुक्ति पाओगे, ये झूठी उम्मीद दिया करते थे। क्या ऐसा भी कभी होता है? हाँ मैं हकला हूँ। यस आई एम अ स्टैमरर।
सब कुछ करके देख लिया। कोई कहे जुबान में दोष है, कोई कहे दिमाग बहुत तेज है, कोई कहे नाक से बोलो, कोई कहे पेट से बोलो, कोई कहे बहुत जल्दी बोलते हो तुम, जरा धीरे बोलो। कोई ना समझ पाया मेरे मन की कहानी, अब क्या बताऊं मेरे ख्वाहिशों की कुर्बानी। हाँ मैं हकला हूँ। यस आई एम अ स्टैमरर।
सोच सोच कर थका हारा मैं परेशान, कोई सुलझाए मेरी समस्या का निदान। पिछले जन्म में न जाने कैसे कर्म मैंने किए, जिसे उपवास, रोजे, प्रार्थना, तंत्र मंत्र भी ना ठीक कर पाए। कैसी पहेली है ये जो रुक रुक कर और उलझती जा रही है। मेरे जीवन की कहानी की गति में स्पीड ब्रेकर बने जा रही है। हाँ मैं हकला हूँ। यस आई एम अ स्टैमर।
भूतकाल सताए जा रहा था, वर्तमान सवाल किए जा रहा था, भविष्य काला नजर आ रहा था। थकी हारी और निराश होकर मैं अपने गम में बैठी थी। हुआ एक दिन ऐसा, जाके मैं टकराई टीसा से, मानो भगवान ने कर दी सारी मनोकामनाएं पूरी। पहली बार जाना मैंने, खूबियां हैं मुझ में भी ढेर सारी। मैं टीसा में अपने जैसे हजारों से मिली, सब अपने आप में हैं शातिर खिलाड़ी। हाँ मैं हकला हूँ। यस आई एम ए स्टैमरर।
हकलाने को अपनाना है, हकलाने से दोस्ती करना है, हकलाने से डरना नहीं है, हकलाना है मगर प्यार से, लेकिन प्यार बांटना भी है सबसे। खुद को मैंने आखिर ढूंढ ही लिया। हा 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 हा। हाँ मैं हकला हूँ। यस आई एम अ स्टैमर।
हाँ मैं डॉक्टर रेनू गोयल फ्रॉम पंजाब। हाँ मैं हकला हूँ, तो क्या हुआ? हा हा हा।
हाँ मैं आकृति इंजीनियर फ्रॉम बिहार। हाँ मैं हकला हूँ, तो क्या?
हाँ मैं अनीता इंजीनियर बैंगलोर। हाँ मैं हकला हूँ, तो क्या?
हाँ मैं एडवोकेट ऑलविन दवे मुंबई। हाँ मैं हकला हूँ, तो क्या? थैंक यू एवरीवन।
What a wonderful poem, Allwin and team. One really wonderful.
थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू
Thank
रोहिन
you.
जी, थैंक यू
थैंक यू सर,
Thank you so
सुनील
थैंक
जी,
यू।
much.
थैंक यू सूरज जी, एवरीवन
थैंक
थैंक यू माय फ्रेंड्स।
थैंक यू जी, आपने हमें इतना बड़ा मौका दिया। और निखिल सर से मैं पहली बार मिल रही हूँ। उनका पिक्स वगैरह तो मैंने बहुत देखी है, मगर आज पहली बार देखने को मौका मिला है मुझे। थैंक यू भी, हमें आपने मौका दिया इतने बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म के ऊपर।
थैंक यू रेणु जी, थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, ma'am.
अच्छा लगा।
So now the next event is by Dhruv Gupta. So Dhruv Gupta has been TISA member since 2013. He helped he helped to facilitate the Mumbai SHG for several years. He is currently working at the Stone Barn Center for the food and agriculture. He enjoys doing cooking. yoga and meditation as well. So today he will be enlightening us on food is medicine for us as well, and our planet.
Oh, I'm on the spotlight. Hi everyone. मेरा नाम ध्रुव है. मुंबई. हाँ मैं hakla हूँ. So I'll just share my screen, and then I have a PowerPoint presentation. So just take a second. Okay. So can you all see my screen? Yeah, okay, awesome. Okay, great. So namaste. I think हम सब जानते हैं कि food can either harm us or help us. So in this presentation today, I'm going to share how food can like how eating certain kinds of foods can help us and also our planet, the environment. And also I'm going to share the extent to which it's true that food can be medicine. So basically, even before COVID, we it was clear that one of the biggest causes of illness in India were related to diet, to the food we eat. And even now after COVID, we can see that people who have diet-related illnesses, which normally kind of correspond with being overweight, can determine how sick one gets. So if you are hospitalized, or if something worse, it's quite related with your current state of health, and which of course is related with diet. So to kind of emphasize this link even more, I'm going to just share this trailer that kind of talks about the link between diet and disease. So this should play. Oops, sorry. What's going on? Sorry, I don't know why it's not playing. I will just can you still see my screen? No, right?
No, Dhruv. You can't see your screen.
I'm gonna just share a different browser.
Yeah, sure.
Can you hear the sound as it's coming?
No, Dhruv, we cannot hear the sound.
Here, it'll work now.
In the United States that lives less than its parents.
You can hear now?
This could be the first generation of children in the United States that lives less than its parents.
I got 2 pills I take for my diabetes, then I got 1 for cholesterol, high blood pressure, and then I take Byetta, which is an injectable.
I'm getting really shaky, and I'm sick and I'm fatigued, and that's when they diagnosed me with hypertension and diabetes.
Obesity, diabetes, heart disease, high blood pressure cost this country more than $120 billion each year.
People are saying, you're crazy. You're a cancer patient. You should be resting. Doctors told me this. When I had the second heart attack, the doctor said I should prepare for death.
Heart disease is an absolutely toothless paper tiger that need never, ever exist.
People who were raised in Japan, the Philippines, Korea, China, never had heart disease, prostate cancer, colon cancer, breast cancer, rheumatoid arthritis, multiple sclerosis.
This is the atlas of cancer mortality in China.
Virtually, the Western diet was non-existent. They had no animal products. They had no dairy, no meat.
We learned that we could turn on and turn off cancer growth just by adjusting the level of intake of that protein.
I knew at that point what caused most diseases.
Our national authorities are simply excluding this concept in order to protect the status quo.
With the Western diet, there are going to be 500,000 people in this country this year who will have to have the front half of their body divided, their heart exposed. Some people would call that extreme.
I know of nothing else in medicine that can come close to what a plant-based diet could do.
If you go through life thinking that what happens to you from a health perspective is based on your genes, you're a helpless victim.
I reversed the diabetes. The diabetes is not coming back.
I just can't understand what it's done to change my life.
Diet is so much more important than anybody ever thought.
To me, the answer is so simple, it's criminal. And it's just people starting to take responsibility for their health and starting to eat more plant-based foods. It's that simple.
Great. So let me stop sharing and share the presentation again. Yeah. So from that trailer, what did we learn? So essentially, what they were saying was a plant-based diet or a diet that avoids animal products and processed foods can basically help to prevent and even reverse many diseases like heart disease, diabetes, hypertension, early stage breast and prostate cancer. And these same diseases now with us in India adopting a kind of like a Western diet, you can say, with fast food, with having more animal products, more processed foods, these same diseases are now increasing in India as well. I'm sure like many of you might have family members with some of these. I do, for sure. Family members with diabetes, even heart disease and hypertension. And also, there's also a strong link between physical health and mental health. So for us stammerers as well, as we all probably know, keeping our physical health well, we can also keep our mental health well as well. Now, not only, oh, sorry. Well, I guess you can't, I'm showing you my slides, but it's okay. So not only can plant-based diets prevent and reverse disease, they can also help us achieve optimal health like athletes. So this is for all of the bodybuilders or aspiring athletes who are kind of like, we're worried about where they'll get their protein. So I'm going to share this this trailer from a documentary called The Game Changers. So again, sorry, I have to stop sharing my screen and reshare. Just give me a second again.
One and only.
Oh, you hear the sound, right?
Yeah.
One and only Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I ate a lot of meat. They showed us commercials. Steak. That's what a man eats. Selling that idea that real men eat meat. Serious man food. But you got to understand, that's marketing. That's not based on reality.
I've been teaching fighting techniques to government agencies for more than 15 years. Then I got injured. Unable to teach for at least 6 months, I spent more than 1,000 hours studying science on recovery and nutrition, and stumbled across a study about the Roman gladiators.
The gladiators were predominantly vegetarian.
How could the original professional fighters be so powerful, eating only plants?
When I made the switch to a plant-based diet, I qualified for my 3rd Olympic team. I broke 2 American records. I was like, man, I should have done this a long while ago.
When I went plant-based, I wasn't sure if I was going to survive. And I actually became like a machine.
the biggest misconceptions in sports nutrition is that we have to have animal protein to perform at a high level. That's just not true.
Sometimes you have to do things that you know your competitors aren't doing.
Today's blood and yesterday's blood.
Yeah. I think this is going to wake a lot of people up.
I was recovering better, not getting as sore. This was our best season in the last 15 years, and we had 14 guys on plant-based diets.
We all want to feel great, have more energy.
Cholesterol was 276. Today, 169.
Whoa, now you're talking.
Most guys my age can keep up with the grandchildren. My grandchildren can't keep up with me.
It's not one set of dietary guidelines for improving your performance as an athlete, another one for reversing heart disease, reversing diabetes. It's the same for all of them.
Someone asked me, how could you get as strong as an ox without eating any meat? And my answer was, have you ever seen an ox eating meat?
Okay, that was quite intense, I know. Just go back here. Okay, you can see the slides again, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Sorry, I think there's something else playing. Sorry, just give me a second. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem, Dhruv bhai.
Okay. Yeah. The diet basically that's recommended by the doctors and researchers in both of those documentaries, Forks Over Knives and The Game Changers, which you can actually watch online because those are trailers that I showed you, is called a whole foods plant-based diet. Essentially, the recommendation is to avoid animal products and avoid processed foods, including oil, refined sugar, etc., and basically aim to eat whole foods. So, for example, instead of having white rice, you have brown rice. So as close to the natural way that nature designed the food or evolved the food, you know, so less refinements. And there has been a lot of research on this through countless studies, etc., which I can share more if you're interested. Now, not only so like the title of my talk, food is medicine for us and the planet. So not only has it been shown that it's good for us, but there's this organization called Drawdown. So the link you can see here is drawdown.org. It's basically a coalition of climate change scientists from around the world who came together and came up with this table of solutions to prevent global warming or to stop climate change. What they found was one of the key sort of recommendations is a plant-rich diet. So a diet that's predominantly vegetarian, I guess you could say. And this is the number 4 sort of solution for climate change, as per these scientists. And there are a lot of reasons for that, which I probably don't have time to kind of go into now, but you can click on this link and kind of learn more. So there's kind of like this notion that we need to so if we don't have animal protein or animal products, where will we get our protein from? So this is like actually kind of a fun video that I feel like is not gonna is also probably going to have an issue to play here, but I'm going to try and just play it quickly for you. If I can get it to. Maybe I won't do it. Yeah, that's okay. I guess it's going to take some time to play, but essentially, what it's saying is that we can get enough protein through plant-based foods. We sort of like don't like need to have like animal-based foods to have enough protein, and there was like a song as well, basically, in this video. So okay, I'm just gonna go back to that. There's more reasons on this website that I made, called ahara.org/y. Essentially, it just breaks down the reasons why it can be beneficial for us and also the planet to adopt essentially a whole foods plant-based diet or plant-based lifestyle. And also there are a lot of organizations as well where you can kind of like learn more information, and also some great books as well, like Undo It is a great one, and also How Not to Die. So if we like, this can kind of sound a little bit strange for people who you know, like maybe like eat meat right now, or kind of like have a lot of their diet with like animal products. So if we don't eat animal products, what can we eat? So this is kind of like a guideline of what we could eat every day, kind of like what we should strive to fit into our diet every day. And this is basically by the same doctor who wrote the book How Not to Die, and also the doctor who started the website nutritionfacts.org. His name is Dr. Michael Greger. And yeah, I kind of like just thought I'd share this as well. Like, so when I moved here, I kind of started to teach some cooking classes, basically, some whole foods plant-based cooking classes in the community. I was like teaching Indian food, but you know, with no oil, and just like following these same dietary guidelines. So I think yeah, so that's it for the slides I want to share, and I just like to share one more resource that I think can be very helpful. So let me get back to my browser. In India, there's this great organization called Sharan. They have cooking classes online. They have information sessions, and also counseling sessions as well. But essentially, they kind of follow the same sort of philosophy that I've been talking about, how to prevent and reverse diseases through diet, and also to be optimally healthy. Yeah, so I'd recommend you to kind of like go to their website to learn some more, and yeah, and it's a great resource. And I've like taken actually like 2 cooking classes with them. They're also fantastic. Yeah, to kind of learn how to cook with no oil is a little bit strange for us, but it's possible, and you can cook very tasty food as well. Yeah. Good. So I think I'll sort of like stop the presentation there. And of course, there may be some questions and that may have come up. So I'm happy to take questions or even just have a discussion about this. I guess I can look in the chat.
Yeah, so guys, those who have questions, please raise your hand in the chat box. You can raise your hand and we will unmute you.
And I know that Nicola told me not to make it that anybody can write a question as well, but just for like 15 minutes to kind of like increase participation, I'm gonna just make it so anybody can kind of like ask a question in the chat, so it's more, you know, so we can take more questions if required. So yeah, so it's there. I just sort of changed that. Yeah. Oh, and also one thing I wanted to mention, I think my like parents as well might be on the call, either on Zoom or on YouTube. They also actually, my mom kind of like started to follow this the diet, like a whole foods plant-based diet, maybe a year ago now, and my dad more recently, and they've also seen great results. They've lost weight, their health is a lot better, their good cholesterol is better, their bad cholesterol is lower, etc. So it's, yeah, there's some tangible proof as well. Okay, so I think the first person is Amit. Please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Dhruv. It's wonderful to see you. I have a question about the psychological component in food, because obviously, you know, clearly plant-based, you know, diet makes a lot of sense from a health standpoint, definitely. I guess my question, it's question or comment. I'd love to kind of hear what everyone else thinks as well. There's a huge comfort component to food. Like, you know, we're drawn to food that is processed, greasy, all of those kinds of things which are not good for you, but feel good. So in switching habits, I understand the drive to sort of like, if you have a particular health condition, let's just say, it makes a lot of sense to switch because then it has a curative, like, you know, function for you. But for the regular people who don't have any symptoms of anything overt yet, let's just say, and wanting to prevent something down the line, that choice is, I think, in a certain sense, more complicated. Like for somebody like me, I enjoy red meat. I just do. So switching from that just because of a problem that might happen down the line, given that food is so complicated, fulfills so many functions, the comfort, what recommendations do you have for somebody like that making a different choice?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. And even for me, by the way, so I was actually like vegetarian most of my life. And I was having eggs and milk products as well, and pizza with cheese and everything. So, and I used to love having my eggs and, you know, omelet and paneer and all these things. So I think for me, what really helped me sort of transition, of course, with other influences where I watched documentaries and sort of learned from other people, like apart from all of that, the like physical sensations, what really helped me is actually going to like a cooking class, like with Sharon, for example, and trying food that's completely whole food, plant-based, with no oil, no sugar, and following this and seeing how it can be really tasty. So learning practical recipes that we can adopt at home that taste good. That was a major driver. And just on the same lines, well, I might lose my train of thought, but there's also this like great YouTube channel called the Whole Food Plant-Based Cooking Show that has awesome recipes where you can follow. And of course, Sharon as well has these cooking classes. I think also then plant-based substitutes, like you're probably kind of familiar with, like the things that may taste like red meat, things that may taste like cheese. You could like maybe kind of like transition to those. Yeah, and the third thing, which I think as well that is like meditation, right? So as you well know, and I think other people as well, like vipassana, being aware of sensations as they arise, not reacting to them, and choosing the right path in a way. And of course, I think when we say the right path, of course, I think it takes a lot of research and sort of understanding for yourself why this is actually good for me. So recognizing the ill effects of certain dietary choices and the benefits of certain dietary choices. Like really understanding that. And I think the best way to kind of do that, like I was saying before, is just watching documentaries about this and books. And just while we're on the topic of watching documentaries, because I think it's a great way to learn nowadays, on this website, ahara.org, at the bottom, there's some great documentaries kind of listed here that I would recommend. Most of them I think you can either watch on like the common platforms, yeah, so they're right here. All of these are great. Yeah. Anita.
Hi Dhruv, it's nice to see you. Actually, my first request is this: please share the resources in a chat window. And second, like the cooking oil is something common that we use for all kind of cookings. So the way this advertisement industry works, it is very confusing, like which cooking oil we should take. So I just want your insights on it. And apart from that, like since you are not consuming dairy products, so with what all things you are replacing it with? So these two.
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. I think first, what I would share is to kind of like learn more about the sort of like ill effects of oils in general. So this is like a great sort of resource about oils. Yeah, so you can kind of like go through this website, but essentially, so the recommendation by these researchers and stuff is actually to stop having oil entirely. So any kind of oil, which I know it sounds like this guy is crazy. And even for me as well, when I first heard this, and my mom also was on the call, like it was shocking for us, right? From my understanding, what happens with oil is inside our heart, we have a lining in our heart called the endothelium, which protects our heart from blockages and heart attacks and everything. When we have oil, that endothelium gets eroded. And as soon as you stop having oil, what they've seen, it naturally heals. For some reason, it's this thing about oils. And the website that I just shared, nutritionfacts.org, can kind of share more about that. What I learned at the Sharan cooking classes is you can saute onions with no oil. If you put some salt on the onions, since onions are hygroscopic, they will naturally release water. So you can kind of cook it in the natural water of the onion. You can also actually use water to saute as well, but just keep it on low flame because it might like burn if it's too high of a flame. And also, yeah, so water and vegetable broth that's kind of left over in something you steam or something, you can also use that water as well. But yeah, it sautés just fine with water or even like just some salt. And what was surprising, and one thing they mentioned at Sharan that I've experienced as well, is when you don't use the oil in the food, you will actually taste the masalas even more. since the oil kind of like covers the food and the masalas and the taste. So yeah, it'll like the flavors will kind of come out even more. But I think the first place to start is like a Sharan cooking class, because there are people who've been doing this for years and stuff. Yeah. That was your first question. Could you just repeat the second question again?
Second question, like if we are not consuming dairy products, then with what products we can replace them?
Absolutely. So we have soy milk a lot. We also have almond milk. There's also oat milk, I think, in the market now. There's cashew milk maybe, and you can make almond milk. So cashew milk, oat milk at home as well. There's some simple like recipes online. For chai, I feel like people have said oat milk is a good substitute, and even cashew milk as well, because it's more rich and creamy kind of taste. Yeah. But my mom can, I think, share more. So I think my mom actually has her hand up. So Mama, you can feel free to also turn your video on and unmute yourself.
Okay, hi. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you and see you.
Lovely to see you, and great watching you. Talking all about the whole food plant-based. Extremely proud of your achievements, though, and I'm totally indebted to you, me and Papa. You've inspired us to go through this journey of being vegan. It's been totally awesome, and there's so many advantages to it, lots of plus points, and I can't see any negative point that I could even imagine that there could be any negative point in it. So it's been like, hello everyone, and it's been like about 2 years that myself and my husband have turned vegan. And so basically we cut down all animal products. We are vegetarians, but we cut down, a complete dairy and eggs, which we used to love and have it as our staple breakfast. And we replaced it with the moong dal chilas, which if you'll all try out, you just need to soak the dal, the whole dal, the green moong dal, and you can grind it and, add all your spices and just spread it out. It tastes awesome. It's just amazing, and you won't miss your eggs at all then. And then for our tea, we have oats and cashew milk, as Dhruv just mentioned. You just can't make out the difference. And of course, you can put your masalas in it, elaichi and whatever flavor you want in your chai. So you will not miss out. That was the last thing that I actually left when I turned vegan, because I loved my tea with milk, with the dairy milk. And then obviously we ditched all the processed foods. We stopped having, any of the sugars. As it is, we were not having much of sugar, but only in desserts. So that too, we stopped. We started putting raisins and dates. And as Dhruv mentioned, I joined Sharan. I was the one who actually joined, and I learned a few recipes, and then I told Dhruv to join that too. So it's been a great journey, and my life's totally changed because as Dhruv mentioned, it's very high in antioxidants, this whole food plant-based, rich in fiber, low in saturated fats, and I lost weight a lot in this past 2 years. I'm back to my normal weight, even much lower than what I was when I got married. And so my BP is totally normal. And I really encourage each and everyone, if they can manage to, you have to do it step by step. Gradually, it will become your norm, when you see the results, and the results can be seen in 1 to 2 weeks. It's not that you have to wait for a month or 2 months to see the drastic change. You will feel much more healthier. You will be much, energetic, and your sleep patterns will change. you'll really feel the change, because you will feel that physical fitness in you, because you feel that your body is getting all the nutrition. So thank you so much, Dhruv. In fact, I'm without your guidance and encouragement, I don't think I would have been motivated to go through this journey. Yeah. So thanks a lot, and it was lovely being here with you all. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much for sharing. Yeah, and likewise as well. I mean, like my mother said, like she found Shar initially and kind of like told me about it. So yeah, so it's mutual. And for all of us as well, like we can also like encourage our family members, right? We all want to make sure our parents live to as long as possible, our grandparents live to as long as possible. So it's a great way to kind of spend time with your family in the kitchen and talking about these things as well. And also for the men who normally in our culture, like it's not normal for men to kind of get into cooking, but it's still a great way for ourselves to take care of ourselves after we leave home as well. I think Shilpa also has her hand raised. Hi, Shilpa.
Hello, hi. Dhruv, it is nice to see you after so long. And this session is quite apt, as I am standing in my kitchen cooking, so I can totally relate to it. Another question that I would like to ask is, being converted into a vegan or a more healthier choice of foods can also be sometimes a bit expensive and very hard on pockets. For example, switching from white rice to brown, and then if we stop having milk, then if we choose to go for soy milk, so the cost of soy milk is so high that he can buy 4 packets of a normal milk actually. So I can all of us know that the cost of getting converted to vegan or to whole food items is high. I can say in terms of in India, but I'm not sure about other countries. So can you suggest some other alternative options? I mean, how do we tackle this situation?
Sure. That's a very practical question. In fact, I would challenge that premise and say that in fact it's cheaper to be whole food plant-based. I think if you buy these like luxury products that are marketed as vegan, yes, you will spend more money, and go to these vegan restaurants, you'll spend more money, but cooking at home, I think you'll save more money. And the reasons are, you'll stop using oil, so expense gone. You'll stop using processed sugar, expense gone. Instead of sugar, you can buy raisins or dates. I'm not sure about the exact comparison of cost between processed sugar and raisins and dates, but yeah, you can sort of decide that. My mom may be able to share more specifics. Milk, yes, I think that these plant-based alternatives may be more expensive than regular Amul milk or just regular milk. This is why you can make it at home. You can make any kind of nut-based milk at home, almond milk, cashew milk, and also oat milk as well. You can make it home. Just buy rolled oats and put some water in a blender with it. You can make oat milk and strain it. And there are recipes online to do that. Thirdly, you'll actually, by stopping eating meat and even eggs, you will actually cut down a lot of expense, because that can also be very expensive. You will especially save money when you go out to eat, because going out to eat, having meat products is expensive. Oh yeah, and the last thing I wanted to say is, you will actually save money on healthcare as well. So like I just mentioned, all these diseases, if you can prevent and reverse them, you'll save so much money in well, I mean, yeah, well, it might be a shame to save so much money, but you can save a lot of money, especially if you get into a serious situation in the hospital. So coconut milk is also good. Yeah, definitely. So basically any kind of Sharon's philosophy and these documentaries and the research philosophy as well, what the researchers say is essentially any natural food, anything that's naturally that you can get, that nature provides, is what's healthy for us. Something that has the fiber included as well. When you kind of refine products like oil, for example, they basically take the fat and remove the fiber from it. Just like white rice, they take certain parts and they remove the bran and fiber. So yeah, having natural foods in the natural form. It's sad that white rice is or brown rice is more expensive than white rice because requires more processing to get the white rice, right? But that's just a factor of our marketing system nowadays. That, you know, like back in the day, white rice used to be more expensive because it was, you know, refined. So yeah, but hopefully we will get to a point where, you know, I still think that atta is probably cheaper than maida. Maybe I could be wrong about this, but that should be the case. Oh, it's not the case. Okay. Anita shaking her head, but that's sad because you have to do more work to get the maida, right? Anyway, anybody else have a question? I think Soma. Yeah, you can unmute yourself and. Sorry, I have to wind up soon, but Soma, you can ask the last question probably. You can unmute yourself. Can the host unmute her? Oh.
Yeah, done.
Yeah, now I think. So, yeah, I just also want to say that last, I think 4 years back, I have moved to plant-based diet totally. And truly speaking, I feel myself more energetic, and I had earlier some constipation issues, which is almost 0% now. Also, my digestion capabilities improved, and my sleeping time is more regulated now. Altogether, I feel that I'm a changed person than earlier, and yeah, it's actually a great experience for me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Soma. I did not pay Soma to say that. Okay, thank you guys so much. I'm gonna share some links in the chat, like some of the resources that I shared. And if you have any questions and stuff, or just want to like discuss some things, you can always reach out to me, or Soma, or anybody else. Okay, thanks, and over to Rohil.
Thank you, Dhruv. That was really a very enlightening session. And Dhruv, please mention your email ID or something, so that if any one of us have any further doubts, so they can contact you. So yeah, so thank you once again. I will request Nikhil to please take it from here. Nikhil?
Yeah. Yeah. So guys, so the next session is going to be taken over by Ashima. So Ashima is going to introduce to us to the next guest speaker. Yeah, Ashima, you can take over.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Thanks, Nikhil. So after hearing from Dhruv about the lesson that food is a fuel and not a therapy. So we are moving on to another great lesson that our culture as well as the science has taught us, which is simply known as meditation, and and it will be facilitated by Dr. Paul to brief about Dr. Paul Brocklehurst. So Dr. Paul is a person who stammers, and he studied medicine realized that it was difficult to continue due to severe stammering. So he discontinued, and dropped out of university. Then some years later, he became interested in meditation, and then little by little, he managed to bring stammering better under control, and then return to university to study speech therapy. And thereafter Paul became a researcher in stammering, and now he had retired, but continue to be active in the stammering self-help movement. He is also serving as a director of stammering self-empowerment program, and has reviewed tons of journals on speech therapy as well. And now his main interests are that how can meditation help PWS to better manage stammering. And this year he has also published a book called The Perfect Stutter, which actually tells the story of his research along with his meditation, and how they helped him with his stammering as well. So with this, we will again begin the session meditation to self-help PWS. Over to Dr. Paul.
Yeah. So before Dr. Paul starts between, we have like made a small video on Paul, which Anita would play. Yeah, Anita.
Most of the time we're not going to be doing it. So we have to have a way of picking ourselves up. And this is it. Here's a bit that was written by Van Riper in the textbook that we were having a look through last. He said, any therapist without half trying can get any stutterer to talk without stuttering. But should he not instead try to teach him how to cope sensibly with the stuttering when it does appear or is expected?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can take over, Dr. Paul. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. And it was fun to see that video after several years. As you can probably see, I've had a haircut since then, and and thank you, Ashima, for your excellent introduction. Okay, so I'll get straight into the talk about meditation and stammering, and I want to start off by posing the question, if someone were to ask you what is meditation, how would you answer them? What would be the first thing that springs to mind? Well, in England, where I was brought up, probably the first thoughts that would spring to mind to most people in response to that question would be of Buddhist monks sitting motionless for long periods of time, and perhaps silently or perhaps repeating mantras over and over. And yes, certainly it's true that these activities are indeed associated with meditation. But as I discovered when I first started reading about meditation and joined the meditation group, the real core of what meditation is about has more to do with regulating our focus of attention, becoming aware of where our attention is going and learning how to focus it in ways that are helpful to us, and how to maintain our focus of attention in the face of the numerous distractions that we're inevitably faced with in the course of our everyday lives. Of course, there are many ways in which we can focus our attention, but by and large, meditation practices can be divided into two types. The first involves passive observation of something. For example, passive observation of our breathing, or of something in our field of vision, or of a sensation in our physical bodies, or of our thoughts, or of an activity that we're performing. There are numerous things that we can choose to observe in a meditative way. The second major type of meditation practice involves some or other form of creative visualization. For example, visualizing a desired outcome for ourselves or for the world, or visualizing ourselves and other people in certain ways, for example, as souls rather than as physical bodies. So these are two common approaches to meditation, both of which involve focusing our attention. Now, in order to develop a clear understanding of what meditation involves, it's helpful first of all, to be aware of some of the most common misperceptions that people have about it. And perhaps the most common misperception is a tendency to equate meditation with relaxation, when really meditation and relaxation are two completely different things. Certainly, it's true that meditation may result in a feeling of relaxation, and many people may meditate in the hope of becoming more relaxed. But really, meditation is not a form of relaxation, and you don't have to be relaxed to meditate. Meditation doesn't have to make you feel relaxed. On the contrary, first and foremost, meditation is a practice that makes you more fully aware of yourself and what you're experiencing and what you're doing, quite irrespective of those feelings, of what those experiences and actions are. When you meditate, you may be sitting quietly, feeling peaceful or relaxed, or you may be walking or running or dancing or even fighting. All of these activities can be forms of meditation. Another common misperception about meditation is that it involves emptying your mind of all thoughts whatsoever. The reality is that it's not necessary to empty your mind in order to meditate. And although some meditation practices may result in periods without any thoughts entering the mind, that's not a measure of successful meditation. In fact, it's important to understand that it's quite natural and healthy for our minds to perceive thoughts, just as it's natural and healthy for our ears to hear sounds. Meditation may, however, help us to control our ability to not be distracted by our thoughts, not be distracted by the thoughts that enter our minds, and to maintain our focus of attention on whatever we've decided to focus it on, irrespective of those thoughts. A third important point that I want to point out is that it's not necessary to believe in any particular religious or moral doctrine to meditate. Although meditation practices are often associated with religious practices and beliefs, it's perfectly possible to develop a profound and powerful practice of meditation without any religious affiliation or beliefs. Indeed, in recent years, a number of experienced meditators, probably the best known being Professor John Kabat-Zinn from the Center for Mindfulness in Medicine at the University of Massachusetts in the United States, have devised a series of mindfulness courses. Mindfulness is basically another word for meditation. And these courses are now taught worldwide. These courses introduce people to the basics of meditation practice without any religious or cultural trimmings, without any of the religious or cultural trimmings that are often associated with Buddhist meditation. At the end of the talk, I'll give some references, and in particular, I'll give a reference to a really useful book by Mark Williams and Danny Penman, which describes these mindfulness courses in detail. So, of course, the big question is how may meditation help people who stammer? Well, up until now, there's been relatively little research that has explored the potential uses of meditation for helping people who stammer. However, despite that lack of research in investigating the effects of meditation on stammering, there are certain well-known effects of meditation that we can confidently predict should benefit people who stammer. First and foremost, meditation is a practice that helps people to develop more control over where their attention goes. And as such, meditation should help people who stammer, because stammering is a condition that's strongly influenced by where our attention goes. People who stammer generally stammer more when their minds scan ahead to imagine potential problems. So we're likely to stammer more in situations where we worry that we're going to stammer, and in situations where we anticipate that our listeners are not going to understand us, or where we anticipate that they're going to respond negatively to what we're about to say. Thoughts and worries of these kinds commonly enter the minds of most, and perhaps all, people who stammer. If we can train ourselves through meditation not to pay attention to such thoughts, and not to pay attention to the various feelings of anxiety that arise in us when we're about to speak, then almost certainly we'll find that our tendency to stammer will reduce. Similarly, we tend to stammer more when we negatively evaluate our performance. For example, if we perceive that our speech is not good enough, if we don't like how we sound, and if we perceive that we should do better, all of these negative perceptions, these negative value judgments about our speaking performance will increase our tendency to block and to stammer in the future. Now, meditation reduces our tendency to judge things and to make negative value judgments. And of course, also to make negative value judgments about our speech. And it increases our tendency to feel okay about ourselves and about our speech. These effects of meditation should therefore reduce the tendency to stammer. And finally, meditation and the increased level of self-control that it brings should reduce our tendency to become overwhelmed by emotion or to panic when speaking. It should therefore help us to respond in difficult situations in ways that we know are helpful. This is important because a common finding of people who stammer is that when they panic and are overwhelmed by emotions, they go into a sort of automatic pilot and find themselves automatically reacting to their blocks in ways that are extreme and unhelpful. In contrast, by reducing this tendency, meditation should enable us to respond to our blocks in ways that are more appropriate and more helpful. So, what does meditation actually involve? Well, there are two types of meditation practice: formal meditation and meditation or mindfulness while performing everyday tasks. The first type, formal meditation, involves setting aside some special time each day specifically for meditation. So, for example, every morning after waking up and having a shower and a cup of tea, I go into a room in my house that I use for sitting meditation, and I spend 30 minutes sitting on a cushion, focusing my attention on my breathing. And I do the same thing every evening before I go to bed. There are many formal meditation practices that you can do, and they don't all involve sitting still. One can do walking meditation, and also yoga is a formal meditation practice. So is Tai Chi and Qigong. The key thing about formal meditation practices is that they're practices that we do specially to provide opportunities for meditation and for no other reason. The other main type of meditation is meditation or mindfulness while performing ordinary, everyday tasks. This kind of meditation is sometimes referred to as mindfulness in action. I think the Hindi word for it is karma yoga. We can turn more or less any task into a form of meditation in action. Washing the dishes, driving the car, ironing our clothes. All of these are opportunities for mindfulness in action. The key is to make special effort to pay undivided attention to performing these tasks and to pull your attention back to the task whenever you notice that it's wandered off. And then over time, our ability to perform everyday actions without becoming distracted by other things will increase. And we'll find that our ability to focus on the task at hand will increase. I want to say a few more words about the most commonly used type of formal meditation now. And this is the type of meditation that I personally practice most of all. This involves sitting quietly with a straight back and making effort to pay attention to something. Although theoretically one could pay attention to almost anything during formal meditation, a good starting point is to practice paying attention to the various feelings that occur in our bodies due to our breathing. So in particular, the feeling of the breath entering and leaving our bodies, and also the movements that occur in our bodies as the breath enters and leaves. Now, invariably, if you do this formal meditation, after a few seconds or minutes, you'll start to find that your attention has wandered off somewhere, perhaps to some noises of traffic going past outside, or perhaps to some passing thoughts, or perhaps to some other feelings in your body that have nothing to do with your breathing, such as some aches in your legs or other feelings of discomfort. It's quite natural for your attention to wander in this way. Everybody's attention does, and it's absolutely fine that it does. The important practice in formal meditation is as follows. As soon as you notice that your attention has wandered off somewhere, note where it's wandered to, and then gently pull it back to whatever it is that you're trying to pay attention to. The majority of the time, during which you're doing formal meditation, you'll just be repeatedly noticing that your attention has wandered off somewhere, and you'll be pulling it back. Essentially, formal meditation is an exercise in noticing where your attention wanders to and repeatedly pulling it back. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times to whatever it is that you want to pay attention to. Then gradually, over the weeks, months, and years that you do meditation, you'll find that if you do it regularly and consistently, gradually your mind will tend to wander less, and it'll be easier to focus it on the things that you want to focus it on. However, realistically speaking, unless you don't have to work, the amount of time each day that you're able to devote to formal meditation will probably be relatively limited. And if you have a busy life that's full of responsibilities, you might find it difficult to set aside much time at all, unless you're able to cut out some other activities in order to create some time. So for many people, it may simply not be possible to do much formal meditation. But this doesn't matter, because there's also mindfulness or meditation during everyday tasks that we can do. So this mindfulness during everyday tasks, or karma yoga, mindfulness in action, is something that all of us can do. And although it may seem less special and less appealing, it is in fact every bit as powerful and important. In fact, in my experience, my efforts to be mindful while performing everyday tasks seem to have had more of a positive impact on my stammering than the formal meditation did. Although I have no doubt that one benefits most of all by doing both. Mindfulness during everyday tasks involves making special effort to pay full and undivided attention to the task at hand. And as the Chinese Zen monk Lin Ji once said, well, more than 1,000 years ago, when walking, just walk. When sitting, just sit. Above all, don't wobble. The secret is just paying attention to one thing at a time and doing it wholeheartedly, and pulling your attention back to that thing whenever you find that your attention has wandered off. In English, the term single-pointedness is often used to describe the focus of attention that is ideal for mindfulness in action, for karma yoga. This single-pointedness is in many ways the precise opposite to what many people in the modern world habitually do. And much of modern lifestyle results in a fragmentation of our attention and the reduction in our ability to control where our attention goes. Of course, just as we can walk mindfully and sit mindfully, we can also talk mindfully. And as a person who stammers, it's only natural to wonder whether, well, if I speak mindfully, will it make me stammer less? I think this is a question that each of us has to try to answer for ourselves through our own experimentation. And a good starting point is to observe what aspects of your speech you normally focus on when you speak. In fact, there are many aspects of our speech that we can focus our attention on when we speak, including, for example, the sounds that we make, the tone of voice that we speak with, the physical feelings of speaking, the rhythm and the forward flow of our speech. And we can also focus on how our listeners are responding to our speech. And it's also possible to take a step back and focus more broadly or more diffusely on the overall process of speaking, rather than focusing on particular aspects of it. So what I would suggest is that if you experiment with focusing your attention in these different ways while speaking, you will almost certainly find that you stutter more when focusing on some aspects of your speech than on other aspects. And you'll probably also find that there are some aspects of your speech that you don't like. For example, in particular, I used to hate the sound of my own voice. And when I focused my attention on it, I became much more aware of it and I hated it more. I also noticed that it often sounded tense and nervous and uncertain, even when I wasn't actually stuttering. And every time I noticed that my speech was sounding like that, I found myself evaluating my performance negatively and having negative thoughts about it and thinking that it wasn't good enough. I also found that my attention was strongly pulled by any speech errors that I made. Like, for example, if I accidentally pronounced a word in an unintended way, or if some of my words came out of my mouth differently to how I intended, or if I spoke them in the wrong order. And again, every time I noticed myself making a speech error like that, I also noticed that I tended to evaluate my performance negatively and think that it wasn't good enough. Similarly, if I observed the responses of the other people that I was speaking to, I've found that I had a deeply ingrained tendency to focus in on any responses that seemed to indicate that those people were getting impatient or bored with me speaking. And then I would immediately start thinking that I wasn't speaking well enough and that I had to speak better. And I also noticed that all of these value judgments that I made tended to have the effect of increasing the amount that I stuttered. Having realized all of this, I then started wondering whether there were any aspects of speaking that I could pay attention to that didn't result in me making such negative evaluations of my speech, and whether it may be possible to voluntarily keep my focus of attention on those aspects of my speech, and whether in doing so, maybe I would stutter less. Now, before I go on, I want to say a few more words about this problem of negative value judgments. Because people who stammer more when they perceive that their speech is not good enough, and when they anticipate the need to speak better, and when they anticipate the need to try harder. And in contrast, we tend to stammer less when we anticipate that our speech is going to be good enough and that our listeners are going to respond positively to us. So in other words, we stammer more when we make negative value judgments about our performance or about our anticipated performance. This is a real problem for people who stammer because most of us have so many past painful memories of our stammering having led to communication failure and to rejection. And as a result, we can easily fall into a sort of vicious circle whereby those unpleasant and traumatic past memories of stammering and communication failure can undermine our faith in our current ability to speak well enough. And because of this lack of faith, when we try to speak, our attention tends to get pulled towards all of the things that we feel are wrong. And the more we pay attention, or the more our attention is pulled to what we perceive is wrong, the more we tend to stammer. So, going back to when I first started to experiment with meditation, I thought that probably the key to overcoming stuttering would be to learn how to shift my focus of attention away from the aspects of my speech that upset me. So to shift my attention away from those aspects of my speech that I didn't like, and focus instead on other aspects of it, aspects that didn't disturb me. And in particular, I trained myself to focus my attention on maintaining a sort of rhythm in my speech, and also on maintaining the forward flow. In fact, to a large extent, I found that this did help me to remain fluent. And I found that when I did this, I could naturally pull my attention away from all of those other aspects of my speech that I didn't like. And when I look back on it, I can see that essentially what I was doing then was a sort of mindful version of a fluency shaping technique. And it actually worked very well. But although this approach certainly helped me to become more fluent, as time went on, I started to become aware that it was not really helping to reduce my underlying fear of stammering, even though it was making me more fluent. Now, more recently, it occurred to me that maybe what I also needed to do was to stop evaluating my performance negatively. And that rather than just trying to pull my focus of attention away from the things that disturbed me, the things that I didn't like about my speech, I also needed to stop making negative value judgments about the aspects of my speech that I didn't like, so that they no longer disturbed me. Now, this brings me to one of the other key benefits of meditation or of mindfulness. And that is that meditation also reduces our tendency to make value judgments. In fact, meditation reduces our tendency to make value judgments of any kind, positive or negative. And if we can focus our attention strongly on simply observing something, the tendency to make value judgments at all naturally reduces. So now, over the long term, I found that this practice of non-judgmental observation is a meditation approach that's helped me most of all with my stammering. Instead of just trying to pull my attention away from the aspects of my speech that I don't like, or that have tended in the past to upset me or to destabilize me, now I simply passively observe what happens when I speak, and I accept it. And I find it helps to imagine myself observing the whole process of speaking from a distance. Almost sometimes I could imagine like I'm above my body looking down on me, on both myself and the person I'm speaking to, and just passively observing the whole process without particularly focusing on any of the details. And now I allow myself to block and to get stuck, and I accept it. And I simply deal with each block in the most pragmatic way that I can at the time. So finally, I want to just say a few words about the relationship between meditation and cognitive development. And it's maybe useful to start by explaining that as children, as we grow and develop language, develop the capacity to speak, inevitably our attention starts to become pulled more and more towards our thoughts and less towards the raw experiences of our sense organs. Now, because of this process, our beliefs about ourselves and about our beliefs about the world around us tend, as time goes on, to become relatively fixed and rigid. And most people's beliefs about themselves, in fact, and also their worldviews, are largely based upon their experiences from their early childhood. Now, those experiences may have been from some time ago, and the reality of your life may have changed quite substantially since then. And meditation is undoubtedly one of the best ways of bringing us back into touch with the reality of the present moment and the reality of our own present abilities. The more we focus our attention on the raw experiences of the present moment, the more we're likely to become aware that many of our beliefs and understandings are indeed outdated. And as we realize this, those beliefs and understandings naturally change. They change of their own accord, and they update themselves. So because meditation and mindfulness naturally promote our further cognitive development in this way, they're very valuable tools to help us manage our stammering to the best of our current capacities. And also, whatever approach or form of therapy for stammering we may perhaps decide to engage with, whether it be speech therapy or cognitive therapy or some other form of therapy, if we also practice meditation alongside it, that meditation will help us to get the most out of the therapy that we're undertaking. Okay, so just a few things to finish off with. Just four points that I would like to leave you with. First of all, if you are interested in starting to do meditation, a really good starting point is to read about it. Buy some books about it, look at articles on the web, and if at all possible, don't just buy one book or just read one article. It's a really good idea to read several books and get different perspectives of it, because there's all different sorts of meditation. And some types may suit you better than other types. Secondly, and this is really important, join a group. Of course, you can do meditation on your own, and it's excellent to do meditation on your own, but it's more difficult to do meditation on your own. And when you're first starting up, if you join a group, it'll help you to do it regularly and to stick at it. Because when you're on your own, sometimes a lot of thoughts come, thoughts of discomfort, and you start thinking, why am I doing this? And you start fidgeting, and you want to get up, and you want to have a cup of tea. And if you're on your own, the temptation is to stop. But if you're doing it together with other people, it's much easier to keep at it. And also, the other people, it's as if, as a group, we strengthen each other's meditation. It's as if we create a sort of vibration between us, which makes the meditation more powerful. Thirdly, do it regularly. And by regularly, I mean, if at all possible, try and do it at the same time every day. It doesn't really matter what time you do it at, although the early mornings are probably the best time before you go to work, and maybe before the other people in your house have woken up, so it's still quiet or relatively quiet. But whatever you do, try and do it at the same time every day, and try and keep it up. And finally, don't expect quick results, because it's a long-term thing. And I would also say, if you do get quick results, and if after just a few days of meditation, meditating, you find that you're feeling really blissful and everything is working fantastically in your life, don't be drawn in by that. It's probably only a temporary effect. It's probably like a honeymoon effect, which will probably wear off after a week or two. You have to be in it for the long term. And as often as not, you'll go through difficult patches. You have to stick with it through the difficult and the easy patches. And then gradually, bit by bit, as the months and the years go by, you'll find that things are really changing, but it does take some time. Okay, so that's the end of what I wanted to say. So if there's some time left for questions, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them. So shall I pass back over to you? And any questions?
So, guys, those who have questions.
Yes, Suraj, I have unmuted you. You can ask.
Sorry, Ashima, I didn't quite hear that. Could you repeat?
Okay, Suraj has a question he has raised.
Oh, right. It's pasted. Okay. In the chat.
No, he is now.
Right.
Verbally asking the question.
Yeah.
He's verbally asking the question.
Suraj, would you like to?
Hi, Paul.
Hi.
Hi, Paul. Yeah, I just wanted to know because when I do meditate, meditation, it's a mix of mindfulness, transcendental. So which one is the effective one? Would you recommend? Which is the which type is the effective one according to you, Paul?
Well, so the transcendental, I think, involves reciting a mantra internally. Yeah, that's what you do.
Yeah.
Both. I wouldn't say that either is better than the other. It depends on the person to a large extent. Some people do very well with mantras, and some people do very well with other approaches. I myself, I've never really repeated mantras, but what I have done is chanting, and that it was quite interesting. When I first started it, I really didn't want to do it because it seemed like a bit of a strange thing to be doing, but I did it in a group, and as I was doing that, I was really surprised that it had a very powerful effect upon me. And what I would say, I think this is a general thing. You can never really know how things are going to help you until you try them out. And like I said, some approaches might be good for some people, some for others, but certainly both of those approaches are very valid and very good approaches. The only thing I would say is do also, I mean, maybe you do this, focus to a certain extent, or try also to do some meditation in action. So not just the formal meditation, but also while you're performing everyday tasks. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you for your question.
Yes, so Harish, you may ask your question.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Ashima. And Paul, thank you so much for that very informative session. Informative for me because I practice meditation for some time, and after listening to you, I learned that I might not be doing it correctly. Okay, so I read one book and read a few articles. I never had a formal training. So my question was, I had two parts to the question. One is, of late I've been using some YouTube videos for me there are loads of videos on YouTube for guided meditation. So I've been using that. But you mentioned one point very important, is that the real meditation involves, if that and bring it back to what you want to focus on. I think that part is somehow missing if I use the guided meditation. So would you or would you rather not recommend guided meditation? This was one question. And second question is that, like how we say in yoga, that you never practice yoga without a formal training. So, do you think it is also true for meditation?
Okay, good. Those are good questions. I should say to start off with, when I first started doing meditation, I used to sit there. I started with a group. It was actually Japanese Zen Buddhist group. And I'd read quite a few books about how to do it. But when I actually sat down and started doing it, the question that kept coming into my mind was, am I doing this right? And I kept thinking, I think I'm not doing this right. I think I must be doing something wrong. And because I didn't feel particularly good, I had a lot of pains in my legs and I was fidgety and my attention was going all over the place. I kept thinking, no, I must be doing this wrong. I must be doing this wrong, because somehow the books that I'd read had sort of convinced me that as soon as I sit down, I should feel blissful and everything should be easy. But of course, it's not quite like that. Back in those days, there were not so many guided meditations available. It's become quite fashionable now. And of course, with YouTube, like you say, there are thousands of ones you can listen to. I think guided meditations fulfill a really useful role in the beginning. And a good guided meditation will keep reminding you that just check to see if your attention has wandered away and pull your attention back. And if it does remind you, if it does bring you lots of reminders like that, it can be very useful. But I think we can become a bit addicted to guided meditations. And there's a trap there because what's actually happening when you're listening to a guided meditation is that your attention is really going to the words that you're listening to the guidance. So even though the guided meditation may be telling you to pay attention to your breathing, you're actually paying attention to the guided meditation. Do you see what I mean? Yes. So yes. It's a useful way of getting introduced to particular meditation techniques. But I think as soon as you feel confident, it's good to then go it without the guidance. And like you said, just to keep pulling your attention back to whatever the task is that you want to pay undivided attention to. Okay, so I think that was just the first question. Just quickly remind me what the second one was, just in a few words, and it'll come back to me.
Yeah, the second part of the question was that, do you think a formal training is required for meditation?
Not always. I think sometimes it depends on the person. I would not like to say that everybody should have formal training, because I think the reality is that most people don't have access to it. And so if one was to insist that everybody should have formal training, that would effectively be saying, well, most people simply can't do it, which is not true. You can learn how to do it by educating yourself about it, by reading books, by looking at YouTube videos, by going online, and by, if at all possible, joining in with groups. And whether you have some master to teach you or not, I mean, if you do, that's great. Although not all teachers are equally good. Yeah, some may be better than others. Just one other thing I would say, though, is that, and this also goes back to your first question, whatever you do, it's a useful learning experience. And really, we learn by making mistakes. So it's actually good to make mistakes, and it's actually good to do it wrong, because by doing it wrong, you learn how to do it right. And so there is really no wrong. It's all right, if that makes sense to you. Okay, I hope that's answered those questions for you.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much.
Yes, Rohil, you may ask a question.
Rohil. Okay.
Thank you, Ashima. Hi, Paul.
Hello.
So my question is that that I used to meditate like a few months ago, and everything was going fine. But then suddenly, while meditation, I I couldn't feel the same way like I used to feel earlier. So then it was very frustrating. So I just want to know that, is that feeling of frustration okay, or like what do you have to say on this?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, it is. In fact, it's very good. It's good to feel frustrated occasionally. It sounds a bit like what you were going through was what I described, how in the early days when you start meditating, when it's still novel and new, we often have a sort of honeymoon effect, and we get feelings that are pleasant. And it's often not until several months later on that the unpleasant feelings start to arise. And there can be lots of unpleasant feelings that arise. It can be pain, it can be negative thoughts of all sorts. It could be thoughts about, it's not working, or I'm not doing it right, or I just don't think anything's changing. All of this. And the thing is to acknowledge those feelings and those thoughts, to accept that they're coming to you, and that it's okay that they're coming to you, and then to gently pull your attention back to whatever it is that you intend to pay attention to, and to just keep doing that over and over and over and over and over again. And then gradually, and it might take some time, but gradually those negative thoughts or the pains or the unpleasant emotions that arise will gradually subside. But the thing about meditation and the thing about us is that we sort of fluctuate. So we have periods of everything going easily, and then just as we're thinking that everything's going to be blissful from now on, it suddenly changes, and a whole pile of other horrible things come. And it's good to be aware of this sort of cycle that goes on, and to observe it, and to know that things do come and go, and that they will continue to come and go, and that's okay. I mean, it's a bit like stammering in a way, like we have periods where the stammer becomes less severe, and when it becomes less severe, first of all we think, maybe it's going away, that's really good, and then of course it becomes more severe again, and it's really disappointing. And then just as we're about to completely despair, all of a sudden it gets better again. And you think, okay, and it gets better and worse and better and worse. Or I shouldn't say better and worse, I should say more severe and less severe, because it's all okay, really. Okay.
So thank you. And I have one last question.
Yes.
So in the type of meditation, you told that one is passive observation and the second is creative visualization.
Yes.
So so then I just want to know that in the creative visualization, so do we have to visualize ourselves in the by the other people's eye, or by our own eyes?
Okay. So I didn't actually talk about creative visualization in this talk, simply because there was not enough time, but it's a whole nother aspect, and it's another dimension to meditation. And my own experience has been largely simply with the passive observation. And it was only relatively recently I started to really make a lot of effort with creative visualization. The type of creative visualization that I got into, I spent some time with an Indian group called the Brahma Kumaris, the Brahma Kumaris World Spiritual University. And the type that they practiced was to visualize yourself as an eternal, peaceful soul with certain positive qualities that were always with you, that are like your core qualities that can never be taken away from you. And through repeatedly visualizing yourself like that, and visualizing other people like that, so when you're talking to somebody, you can visualize them as a peaceful soul, and remember that, you know, maybe they're being horrible to you, but deep down, nevertheless, they're a soul. They're a peaceful soul, and just like you, they want the same things. They want love, they want peace, they want happiness, like all of us do. And so the practice that I did then was I was continuously reminding myself of this. And I found that really helpful too. There are all sorts of creative visualizations that we can do, but there's just one thing I would say about it. I think you have to believe what you're trying to visualize. So it's no good trying to visualize something that you don't believe. So personally, I actually do believe that we are all peaceful souls, and that we are eternal, and that we all do want love and peace and happiness. And so it's quite easy for me to actively visualize that and to remind myself of that. If I didn't believe that, I'm not sure I could do that. So it does depend upon your beliefs. If you are going to use creative visualization, I would say do visualize things that you do actually believe, because otherwise it's all a bit artificial, and it may not work in the same way.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I think that we will be taking one last from Anita. So you may unmute yourself.
Hello, Paul.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. So, I have been practicing meditation for a while. So, I started with the guided meditation, but I started feeling dependent on it. So I stopped doing it. And from last 3 months, I am doing Vipassana meditation. And the way you are telling, the effects are temporary, but I'm seeing the emotional changes are coming. I'm not going to the high range and the low range. And whenever I feel low, so I am coming out it is becoming easy to come out of that emotional low phase. So the things are getting fine, but I still have issue with my sleep, because whenever I go to sleep, my brain goes to the hyperactive mode, or maybe to the very low mode. So I find difficulty in sleeping sometimes. So could you help me with that?
Okay, Anita, yes. I'm sure that's a common problem. And it's quite difficult to know exactly how to tackle it, because in different people, the issues can be different. In fact, I myself have this strange tendency to always wake up at about 3 o'clock in the morning. What I find is if I wake up then my mind becomes hyperactive, and it seems like it's out of control, and it's not a very pleasant experience. And so often I feel a bit anxious then. And the thing I find that sorts that out is simply to get up and do some meditation. It's so at 3 o'clock in the morning in Europe, in France where I live, or in England, it's usually pretty cold actually, so it's not easy, but I actually do. I get up out of bed, and the key thing is to have a straight back and to be upright. Yeah, so this is something I didn't really talk about in the talk, but for some reason, and I think it's to do with vibrations. When we're lying down, we seem to have much less control over our thoughts, and things can easily spiral out of control. Whereas when we sit up, and especially if we can sit up with a straight back, then everything settles down again. And so what I do is I get up at 3:30 whenever I wake up, and I sit on top of the bed. I cover myself with something to keep me warm, and I do, well, I don't look at the clock actually, and I actually do it in the dark because I don't like to turn on the light, and I do some meditation, probably usually for 20 minutes or half an hour, and then I can lie down again, and then I fall asleep, much better than if I don't do that. However, there's so many other factors. It can depend upon what you've eaten. It can depend upon how much exercise you've had in the day. And also it can become a sort of vicious circle. I know quite a few people who become anxious about the fact that they can't sleep. And then that anxiety keeps them awake. And so like the fact that they want to fall asleep means that they can't fall asleep. It's a bit like stuttering in a way, isn't it? But again, instead of trying to fall asleep, if you try to meditate, you probably will fall asleep. So if you do find yourself falling into that vicious circle, often meditation is a good way out of it. Just as a side, one thing when I was working at university, I always found that the best thing to send me to sleep was to try to read an academic article, and that used to send me to sleep straight away. It was because they're awful to read, but yeah, but I wouldn't recommend that as a technique. Okay, I'm not sure if that helps, but I hope there's some possible help there.
Thank you, Paul. It has given me some idea that I can apply and try on. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Okay, so Ashima.
Yes, Paul, I request you to please share your mailing address or contact details through which others can reach out you for their questions.
Okay, so I'll put those again into the message, into the chat box here, yeah? But I think there's also something that you're going to post online afterwards. I'm not sure. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I shall do that. And so I'm guessing we've run out of time probably some time ago, but okay. Let me just see if I can type this to everyone. Okay, so first of all, here's my email if any of you would like to contact me. And also I have a website, which is RESEAR. Just make sure there's no spelling mistakes in that. Yeah, that's the website. I think I've spelt that right. And from that website, you can also access a free online course for people who stammer, and lots of information, including information about mindfulness and meditation for people who stammer. So thank you very much. Thank you to all of you for listening, and especially also to Ashima for introducing me and for making all of this possible.
Yes, thanks. Thanks on behalf of TISA, I would like to thank you. I will thank you, Paul, for the stimulating presentation. I mean, some of the aspects were really eye-opening and mind-boggling, that it awakened us and threw light to what we were doing wrong previously, and then to learn how to do it in the right way, as Harish and Anita also pointed out. So yeah, and also thanks to everyone for holding the space so gently and patiently, and to be there in the session with the full mindfulness. So with this, so if there's any one has any further questions, so Paul's contact details are in the chat box. So you may reach out to Doctor.
Yes. So if any of you want to email me, please do feel free. Okay. Goodbye. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Ashima. Thank you, Dr. Paul. So now I hand over the platform to Harish for the final closing ceremony of this NC. Yeah, Harish, over to you.
Thank you, Nikhil. And it feels bad that we have coming to an end of this NC. Before that, before I close, I just wanted to have a few testimonies from anyone here. I mean, anything that you have liked, you enjoyed, or any feedback that you would want us to take a note of. You can just raise your hand and we'll unmute you.
I think Anita had raised her hand. Anita, you raised your hand, right?
Anita?
Yeah, hello Harish. Actually, it was related to last question, but
okay.
Actually, I liked this answer was incredible and outstanding. The best thing I liked about this NC, that each and every session was different from the other. So because of that, we didn't feel bored, and the whole day we were like sitting and watching all the programs. So that was the best thing I liked. Like we covered so many things here. So like from parenting, seeing different things from Ritu Parna point of view, from Paul, from Pamela's, and everything was well arranged. So thank you.
That's right. And thanks to you too. Okay, anyone else want to add?
So we have a hand raised by Suraj. Suraj, you can. Yeah.
Suraj, yeah.
Actually, my lights are either कोई current नहीं है, so I will off my video. Yes. This is my first NC, and अभी मैं TISA में joined हुए around 12 months हो गए, and I was not aware कि TISA इतनी बड़ी फैमिली है. I came to know this through this NC. यहाँ पर इतने लोग हैं और different fields से और अपने फील्ड में बहुत ही एक्सीलेंट कर रहे हैं. एंड lot of thing I have learned और I felt very good कि यस मैं ऐसी फैमिली से हूँ जो इतनी डाइवर्सिफाई है और बहुत ही अच्छा कर रहे हैं. दस थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you, Suraj. Thank you so much. That was really that really encourages us more to. We have another Suraj raising hand. Suraj, can I unmute?
Yeah. Hello. Am I
Yeah, we
audible?
can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I just wanted to know the previous session by Paul, which was very insightful. So I just wanted to know whether we have recorded that session or any other session the NC has conducted.
Thank you, Suraj.
Yeah.
We have Santosh Khaire. You can unmute it.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Arish, for giving this opportunity. And I was attending this session since from the first day, as this is my first NC event. And I enjoyed a lot attending these various sessions of Mr. Amit Bajaj, like Ritu Parnaji and the movie maker Ranjit Shankar and Susu Siddhi. So by inviting all these celebrities, we are just creating an awareness in the society. And this is doing by TISA. That I'm very happy about that. And one who is a scammer in this world always will be in a depression mode. So by seeing all these famous personalities around us, we will be motivated. And we think that we are not alone in this world, one who is scammers. So this is a nice platform and good that you have made us feel that we are not alone. We are, and this will boost our confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Santosh, and your feedback will also boost our confidence. Vidyut, you can unmute.
So good evening, everybody. So this is my second time NC. I have attended from 1st October to till date. My one suggestion to the admin is to include some non-stammerer higher official for India government, so that they can see that what is going for the stammering people also, and they can accept us in India. So as we are accepting our stammering, so that non-stammerer people also can accept us. So I request to the admin, so that in the next NC they can invite some non-stammerer people also.
Sure, that's a very good suggestion, and we'll certainly try. Why just NC? Maybe we'll try to call them in our other online events as well. Thank you so much for that feedback. Okay, next we have Shalav Goyal.
Hello. Yes, thank you, Harish. So, for me, NC is life-changing event, and this is my second NC. And I am a member of this a little over 1 year. In this NC, I got to know the different perspective of different people who are living in different regions and how they are facing the problem in their daily life and how are they coping up with this. And there are so many famous personalities who stutter. So these experiences just open up my mind, the perspective of different people, just open up my mind and just help me to look the brighter side of life. Yes, there's a life beyond the studying and how I have to improve my different sectors of my life. Yes, thank you, Harish.
Thank you.
That's only I want to share.
Yeah, thank you, Shalok, and keep participating on all the online events which TISA will continue conducting. Now let's move to Dikshit. Dikshit, you can unmute and talk.
Hi. Okay. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Dikshit and I'm from Delhi. First of all, I would like to say sorry to host of this NC for not so participating in this mega event of our family. But due to some reason, I was not able to. And I spoke to Harish as well for this. And I really appreciate the efforts being made by host and co-host of this family and every member who's participating from day one. And I appreciate this idea of this event, which is being held every year without any break. And I would just like to congratulate each and everyone for being so active and spreading this awareness in our society. And I'm really thankful for this. Thank you so much, Harish and other members.
Thank you, Dikshit. We have Nishil. Nishil, you can answer.
Yeah, I would also like to add to what Dikshit has right now said. The event was getting started early morning at 8 o'clock. And by the time it was ending every day was almost 9:30, 10 o'clock. And we see people wanted to even present after that. So that's almost like 14 hours in it. So an excellent job for all the hosts and co-hosts who ensured that the things are running very smoothly over here. Thank you guys for making this the wonderful event happen.
Thanks, Nishil. Thanks a lot. That means a lot. Pralay, I think we'll take this as the last one. You can unmute and talk.
Hello, myself Pralay, and I have joined the TISA NC from the 1st October, and this is my first NC. And TISA is like something which is a great hope for all of us who stammer. And during my examinations also, I just ended my examinations, semester examinations, and during this examination, during the case presentations, I did stammer, and during the case I did stammer, and during the stammering during the stammering at night when I came to my hostel, and I used to watch this TISA YouTube channel, and this everything give me a great hope, and that I feel that I am not alone. So this is a great platform for all of us who stammer. Thank you all the host and all the member of the TISA family. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Pralay. And yes, you're certainly not alone. I am getting a few requests, and I also see a hand raised. So what I would like to say is you will get your chance because we are going to have an open mic session after the vote of thanks, and today we are going to have it till 11 p.m. today being the last day, so we have extended for 1 hour. So those who want to speak can speak after my vote of thanks. And let me start. I would now I want to just get to the most important part of the entire event, which is like to thank everyone who have been a part of organizing this event. We have got a couple of feedback, saying that we have been like the NC has been going for right from the morning till night, like around 12 to 14 hours, and we have been able to pull it off as planned, as per the agenda. It went really well. Very good time management. The content was good, and the speakers really enlightened us. And this wouldn't have been possible without teamwork. It was really, we really should appreciate the kind of teamwork which we have, the team spirit we have in TISA. We started planning for this in mid of August. I think it was right after the Independence Day holiday. We had a call, and since then we are planning. We have been having a lot of dress rehearsals, practice calls, lot of things. So lot of things have been going on before the NC. So let me start. I don't want to miss any names, but forgive me if I miss any name. But let me start. So, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Sachin, because he has been really, he is like our guru. Okay, and when we decided to organize NC, the biggest question was the agenda, the content, and I and Dr. Sachin were making the agenda, and he really guided us. Like he really came up with very nice topics, and he connected us to the right kind of speakers who could really add value to this entire event. So a big thanks to him for always being there and guiding us, showing us the right path as always. Thanks to Nikhil. Nikhil, you have been really, right from day one when we had this very first meeting about what to do this year. Should we do it online or what? So right from that one message which you sent me till now, we have been really talking a lot, chatting a lot, and till late at night. I think we have been discussing on WhatsApp, what how to do this, how to do that, and from NC discussions, we even moved to some very nice discussions about TISA and all this, as a part of organizing this. Thanks to Anita, you have been there right from all the entire process of organizing. You coordinated the talk with Pam, and it really came out well. Suraj, every NC we get one newfound leader, and this year it was Suraj and Rohil. You have really shown some very nice leadership skills, and you can really also very good moderating skills on an online event. So all the best for you both in the future. Ashima, you have really you were always there to fall back on, because I really gave you some last moment hosting sessions, and you were there. You said no problem, I'll be there. So thank you for that. Abhinav, Abhinav from Bangalore. He was also very helpful in conducting and hosting sessions. Satyajit from Assam, you have been also supported before NC. Akanksha, Akanksha was there as she was available most of the times in all these 3 days as co-host, and it really is a big support when you have a team of co-hosts running this, and probably that's the reason we were able to do this for 14 hours. Bhupendra, I need to mention this. Bhupendra has, though he has not been you know active, but he has made it a point that he guided us with all his experience in the past, and he has a huge experience when it comes to online hosting. He was available for the all the practice calls. He was there. He guided us. Why not do this? Why not do that? And all his experience really counted. Thank you so much, Bhupendra. Dipin from Bangalore, you also helped in co-hosting, and your talk was awesome. You really showed us how to be creative in on and giving a very entertaining talk on Zoom. Shivank Menon, Shivank really played a very important role, in doing the PR activity before the event. He arranged for some very famous celebrities from Bollywood to talk about TISA, and as soon as we posted that video on YouTube, the hashtag hakla magar pyar se was trending on Twitter. I think kudos to you for doing that. Smith Panchal, for all the graphics which you did. Anita also for all the videos. The intro videos which you saw were done by Anita. Smith Panchal also did all the flyers and all the posters. Shubhranil was helping us in doing the posts on Facebook. We also have Shreya who helped us on the PR. Dr. Shweta, you were also there with your support. Thank you so much for that. Bhavna, you also worked very hard on coordinating for that IWWS session, and it really came out very well today. And last but not the least, no, I think I have more. Chinmay was there. Chinmay, I think, helped in Chinmay helped in coordinating the online applicants for the open mic presentations. So he was there to do that, and also as this event was happening, we had 3 people reporting all that has been going on our blog. So there were 3 people who were doing the reports on a daily basis, and they were Shreya, Yatharth, and let me not miss the third name. Thank you for your patience, guys. Yeah, Mondip. So Shreya, Yatharth, and Mondip, they have been reporting all the daily ongoings. So this was the kind of effort that was going on in the background. A lot of hard work. And if I have missed anybody, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, because you all have done. You all have contributed a lot. Initial thanks to you too, because you also helped in coordinating with the Bangalore guys. And yeah, so that sums up. And hopefully we'll have a physical NC next year. Hope things improve, because we all have been waiting for the real Mahakumbh Mela, where we can all meet, have fun, and hopefully we're going to have. But the celebrations will continue even after this. We're going to have a lot of events online on Telegram. You can participate on Telegram, on Hangouts, in TOPG, MOOC. It's all going on. And thanks to all the volunteers who have been really doing it tirelessly and selflessly. Well, that's sums up most of the things. And yep. And now it feels a bit awkward, but I have to do this because Dr. Sachin has asked me to play this video, and if I don't play this, then he will not forgive me. So let me play. Here's some message from all the way from Leh. So just give me a moment. Is it audible? It's audible, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
सबको धन्यवाद दिया जा चुका है. एक इंसान बचा है जिसका धन्यवाद मैं देना चाहता हूं, और वो है हरीश उसगांवकर, हमारे नेशनल कोऑर्डिनेटर. 19 सितंबर को जैसे मेरे को एक लेह आना पड़ा, और जैसे अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं कि हरीश वॉज लेफ्ट विद द बेबी. मगर आप सबके सहयोग से और हरीश की कड़ी मेहनत की वजह से ये बेबी बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है, और ये बेबी स्वस्थ है और सुंदर है. तो मैं हरीश का एक बार दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने बहुत ही मेहनत से और हिम्मत के साथ इस पूरे नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को अंजाम तक पहुँचाया है. एक बार तालियां हो जाएं हरीश के लिए बहुत ज़ोर से. थैंक यू सो मच हरीश. ऑल द बेस्ट. हकलाओ मगर प्यार से.
Thank you so much, and indeed, haklao magar pyar se. And I would just like to end by saying that all this was possible because of the solid team that we had. So congratulations to all of you guys, and also the participants and the speakers. You really, all of you really helped in making this event really successful. So with that, I close this NC formally, but we are going to have an open mic session till 11 p.m. So those who haven't got a chance can come forward and speak. All the best, guys, and see you next year. Before we wind up, can we just have as we have every year, a group photo? So let's have it virtually. If you can, am I in the spotlight? No, right? If yes, then can you remove me from the spotlight? And
Yeah, Harish.
I request to just come on camera.
I think we can have a gallery mode so that it can, yeah. Is it now visible? Everyone can be there.
Yes.
Yeah, Harish.
Okay. So I'll just take screenshots, which will be our group photos. Is everyone ready? So we have one. Let me take another one. Let me take another one because we have 2 pages. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Okay, over to you, Nikhil.
Yeah, sure, Harish. So now I hand over the mic to Akansha Mathur for next open mic session. Yeah, Akansha, I can take over.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Akanksha Mathur, and I would firstly like to thank all the participants, all the speakers, all the viewers who were there with the stuff from the last 3 days. Without you all, this event wouldn't have been a big success, and I thoroughly enjoyed these 3 days. These were the best thing that happened in 2021. I learned a lot, and now we are going forward to another power packed session. So be ready, fasten your seatbelts because we are going to fly and we are going to see some really great performances. So, firstly, I have Deepom and Pragati. Well, I believe Deepom and Pragati would like to share some insights, some of their experiences, some of their learnings with us. So, Deepom and Pragati, please unmute yourself and share.
Hi everyone. Hello, Akamsha Didi. Am I audible? Okay. तो पहले मुझे शुरू करना है या
दीपम आप पहले शुरू कर दीजिए।
पहली सचिन सचिन सर ने मुझे और अनिता दीदी को विपासना शिविर का एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करने के लिए कहा था 2 अक्टूबर को, लेकिन उस समय में मेरे विलेज में अरुणाचल में नेटवर्क इशू होने की वजह से मैं बात नहीं ले पाया, इसलिए सॉरी। तो आज मुझे फिर से मौका दिया जा रहा है। थैंक यू। पहले मैं मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन देता हूँ। I am from Chakma. I am from Arunachal Pradesh. I am doing my graduation in BCom from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar College of Arts and Commerce. I am a practicing novice and associated with TISA since last 11 months. I thank Dr. Sachin sir and the organizers for giving me the opportunity. तो ठीक है, विपासना शिविर में जाने का मेरा मूल कारण था। पहले तो मेरे जीवन में जो है अनेक घटनाएं घट चुकी थी, जिन जिन घटनाओं के कारण मैं अधिक दुखी और अशांति था। तो मैं जो है एक मार्ग ढूंढ रहा था, जो मार्ग मुझे अशांति से शांति अवस्था में प्रतिष्ठित कर। तो बाद में मुझे विपश्यना विद्या के बारे में पता चला और विपश्यना शिविर अटेंड किया मैंने। वहाँ में जाकर अनुभव किया कि मन को जो है इक्विनिमस रखने में ही शांति है, ऐसा मैंने सीखा। और दूसरा मूल कारण यही था कि मैं समझता था कि मेरा मन जो है डिसिप्लिन नहीं है, मतलब निरंतर पास्ट और फ्यूचर के बारे में सोचता रहता है। पास्ट मतलब मैंने जो कहा कि मेरे भूतकाल में जितनी भी अनचाही घटना कर चुकी थी उनके कारण मैं दुखी था। तो वही घटना जो है बार बार मन में आ रहे थे और भविष्य के बारे में भी बहुत चिंतित था। तो इसके कारण मैं दुखी था और मैं समझता था कि मुझे मेरे मन को वर्तमान में जीने के लिए सिखाना हो। तो विपासना से मैंने जो है कैसे वर्तमान में जिया जाता है इसको सीखा है। अभी मैं मेरे मूल लर्निंग शेयर करूँगा। सबसे पहले तो विपासना विद्या जो है एक साधक को यही सिखाता है कि वो हमेशा प्रेजेंट में तटस्थ और सजग रहे, यानी हर समय इक्विनिमस रहे। तो मैंने यही सीखा है और इसका निरंतर अभ्यास चल रहा है। तो मेरे मन को मैं इक्विनिमस बनाने के लिए कैसे करता हूँ। पहले तो शिविर में तो यही सीखा कि शिलों का पालन करके मन को सहज स्वाभाविक साथ में ध्यान रखते हुए बॉडी के सेंसेशन को जानना और उसके बाद सारे शरीर में जो प्रतिक्षण संवेदनाएं उत्पन्न हो रही है, उन संवेदनाओं को इक्विनिमस माइंड से जानना। और शिविर में मुझे ये पता चला अनुभव से कि शरीर में दो मूल प्रकार के संवेदना उत्पन्न होती है, एक है दुखद और दूसरा है सुखद। तो शिविर में मैंने सीखा कि इन संवेदनाओं को जो है सतत भाव से जानना है, उनके इम्परमानेंट नेचर को समझते हुए खुद को समता में खुश करना है। तो इसका लाभ मेरे जीवन में ये हो रहा है कि जब कभी भी वर्तमान में कोई अनडिजायर्ड घटना घट जाती है या कोई ऐसी घटना घट जाती है जो मुझे अच्छा लगता है, तो उस समय में मैं जो है मेरे मन को इक्वेनिमस बनाने का प्रयास करता हूँ, क्योंकि मैंने जाना है कि जब कभी भी अनडिजायर्ड घटना के प्रति मैं द्वेष करूँगा, तो इससे जो है मेरी हानि होगी, इससे जो है मैं अनपीसफुल हो जाऊंगा। तो दूसरा जो है मोरालिटी शीलों को अभ्यास करने में सहायक हो गया। शील यानी 5 ऐसे मूल नियम जो नियम हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। एक है किसी भी प्राणी की हत्या नहीं करना, फिर चोरी डकैती नहीं करना, अभिविचार नहीं करना, झूठ बोलकर लोगों को नहीं ठगना और नशा पता नहीं करना। तो विपासना शिविर ज्वाइन करने से पहले तो मैं इनका पालन करता था, लेकिन शिविर में जाने के बाद और अच्छी तरह से पता चला मुझे कि जब कभी भी मन में किसी भी प्रकार का विकार जागता है, किसी भी प्रकार का डिफाइलमेंट जागता है, मन में जागने के बाद फिर उसके बाद मुंह में उतरता है और अंत में शरीर में उतरता है, और कोई बावला व्यक्ति जो है कोई दुष्कर्म कर देता है। तो ऐसा करने से क्या होता है, वो व्यक्ति भी आसान हो जाता है और दूसरा व्यक्ति भी आसान होता है। तो विपश्यना शिविर में जाने के बाद और अच्छी प्रकार से क्लैरिटी आ गया कि मुझे इन नियमों का पालन बहुत अच्छी प्रकार से करना है ताकि मेरे लिए भला हो। तीसरा जो है निर्णय लेने में सहायक हो गया। शिविर में जाने से पहले मैं अनुभव करता था कोई भी निर्णय में जो है जल्दी नहीं ले पाता था, बहुत समय लगा देता था। मन जो है प्रोस और कॉन्स को ज़्यादा सोचता था। डिसीजन मतलब डिसीजन जो है मतलब अच्छी प्रकार से ले नहीं पाता था और मुझे लगता था कि मेरा मन संतुलन न होने की वजह से ही ऐसा हो रहा है। तो शिविर में जाने के बाद जो है मैंने तो यही सीखा है कि मन को संतुलन करना है। तो अभी के समय में क्या करता हूँ, ऐसी परिस्थितियाँ जब आती है तो सबसे पहले मन को संतुलन करने का प्रयास करता हूँ और मन को काम करने का प्रयास करता हूँ और ऐसा करने पर सही में डिसीजन लेने में मेरे लिए फायदेमंद होता है। तीसरा सॉरी चौथा जो है मेरे इमोशंस को कंट्रोल करने में सहायक हो गया। इमोशंस जैसे कि एंगर, हेट्रेट, ईगो वगैरह वगैरह, ये इमोशन जो है ऑटोमेटिकली जागते हैं और जागने के बाद ये जो है बढ़ते जाते हैं। तो अभी के समय में जो है मैं इन इमोशंस को कैसे कंट्रोल करता हूँ, मतलब जब कभी भी ऐसे इमोशंस जागते हैं तो मैं जो है फिर से खुली आँख से मेरे नेचुरल सांस को जानने का प्रयास करता हूँ और जैसे ही मैं नेचुरल सांस को देखता हूँ संतुलन मन से, तो अनुभव करता हूँ कि जो 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 विकार जागा है एंगर के रूप में, वो धीरे धीरे करके कम होते जाता है। तो इससे जो है मैं जो है अशांति से बच जाता हूँ। और पांचवा जो है कंपैशन और काइंडनेस। सुबह शाम के एक घंटे का विपश्यना अभ्यास करने के बाद औरों के लिए मित्र जगाना होता है, तो उस समय में औरों के लिए खूब मित्र जगाने का प्रयास करता हूँ। सभी प्राणी सुखी हो, सभी का मंगल हो। तो मैंने मैंने जो है अनुभव किया है, ऐसा ऐसा करने पर मेरा ही लाभ है, क्योंकि कंपैशन का जो है नेचर ही ऐसा है कि शीतल करना और औरों के लिए शीतल शीतल कराना। और जब ऐसा अनुभव करता हूँ तो मन बहुत शांत हो जाता है और एनर्जेटिक फील करता है। तो इससे जो है मेरे प्रतिदिन के कार्यों को करने में अधिक सहायक होता है। और विपासना का स्टूडेंट लाइफ में महत्व, मैं एक छात्र हूँ। मैं भली भांति इसे जानता हूँ। तो मैंने जो है जाना कि गोल क्लैरिटी और डिस्ट्रैक्शन को हैंडल करने में सहायक है। ये विपासना विद्या जो है मन को संतुलन करने के लिए सिखाता है। तो जब जब मन संतुलन होता है तो बाहर के जितने भी डिस्ट्रैक्शन हैं उनसे जो है कनेक्शन काट देता है। तो मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि ऐसा संतुलन मन अपने प्रतिदिन के रूटीन, फिर फ्यूचर एम को चूज करने में सहायक देता है। और किस किस ढंग से एम को अचीव करे, इसमें भी सहायक देगा, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। और आखिरी में नोबल लाइफ जीने में सहायक नोबल लाइफ से मेरा मतलब है कि खुद के लिए हानि नहीं करना, औरों के लिए हानि नहीं करना। जैसा कि मैंने कहा ये विद्या जो है संतुलन सिखाता है, डिस्ट्रैक्शन को दूर करने में सहायक होता है। फिर ऐसे कार्य नहीं करने में सहायक होता है जो कार्य औरों के लिए दुख दुख उत्पन्न करता है। तो अंत में बस कहना यही है कि विपश्यना विद्या हमारे जैसे छात्रों के लिए बहुत सहायक है। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच दीपम, आपने बहुत बहुत अच्छा बोला और मुझे भी काफ़ी लोगों ने रेकमेंड करा था कि मैं भी विपासना के लिए जाऊं, लेकिन पिछले साल से अब तक कोविड चल रहा है तो मैं थोड़ा बाहर निकलना अवॉइड करती हूँ। लेकिन जिन लोगों ने अटेंड करा है उनसे मुझे यही फीडबैक मिला दैट इट इज़ लाइफ चेंजिंग। एंड ये विपासना सिर्फ उन लोगों के लिए नहीं है जो स्टैमर करते हैं, ये सबके लिए है। इससे बहुत शांति मिलती है ऐसा मैंने सुना है। एंड मैं भी घर पर थोड़ी बहुत मेडिटेशन करती हूँ, बट मुझे भी एट द एंड एक इटर्नल शांति चाहिए, तो मैं बिल्कुल विपासना में जाऊंगी। थैंक यू सो मच दीपम, आपसे मिलके बहुत अच्छा लगा। मैं और दीपम TUPG फर्स्ट बैच में एक साथ थे, तो सचिन सर इन्हें ग्रुप के लिटिल बुद्धा कहते थे। सारे सेशन में एकदम सीधे एकदम स्ट्रेट बैठते थे, शांति से बात करते थे, तो बहुत अच्छा लगता था आपको अब देखकर। अब हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। एंड सिंस टीसा नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप नए लोगों से मिलते हैं, नए लोगों को जानते हैं, तो आज अपना एक इंट्रोडक्शन देने आ रहे हैं और अपनी पहचान टीसा मेंबर्स को बताने आ रहे हैं। दर ताहिर जी, दर ताहिर जी, क्या आप अपना वीडियो ऑन करके और अपना ऑडियो ऑन करेंगे? दर ताहिर जी आप म्यूट।
हेलो
जी अब आपकी
हेलो
जी अब आपकी आवाज आ रही है, आप अपना वीडियो ऑन कर।
यहाँ पे हेलो सॉरी फॉर दिस। यहाँ पे एक्चुअली लाइट सर्किट नहीं है, यहाँ पे एक्चुअली लाइट नहीं है, इसलिए मैं
कोई
वीडियो
बात
ऑन नहीं कर सकता।
कोई बात नहीं, आप अपना इंट्रो।
हाँ, आई एम ताहिर फैज फ्रॉम जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। मैं फर्स्ट टाइम यहाँ पे आ रहा हूँ, इसलिए सबको और मुझे गुरु से अब सब ठीक हैं। मैं एक्चुअली PhD एक स्कॉलर हूँ, मैं PhD कर रहा हूँ इस वक्त, और मुझे स्टैमरिंग है, मुझे ये मतलब ये बचपन से है। आई डोंट नो मुझे वो कब से है, मुझे बस इतना याद है वो मुझे बचपन से है। तो अभी मैं मतलब अभी मैं 90% ठीक हो गया हूँ। बस मुझे सिचुएशनल मतलब स्टैमरिंग स्टैमरिंग होती है, और वो जो और मुझे वो पता नहीं वो कैसे ठीक करनी है। अगर वहाँ पे कोई है तो वो कोई मुझे हेल्प करेगा इसके लिए। जो मुझे स्टैमरिंग होती है, मैं बस कुछ 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 मतलब मतलब सिचुएशनल हो रही है, मतलब आई डोंट नो हाउ मैं वो कैसे ठीक कर।
जी दर ताहिर जी, पहले तो मैं आपका वेलकम करना चाहूँगी टीसा में। एंड सेकेंडली मैं कहना चाहूँगी कि जिस तरह की भी स्टैमरिंग है, जैसे भी स्टैमरिंग है, मेन इम्पॉर्टेंट बात ये है कि अब आप सही जगह और अपने जैसे लोगों के बीच में आ चुके हैं। यहाँ पर भी बहुत लोग हैं जिन्हें कुछ सिचुएशन में बहुत स्टैमरिंग होती है। तो अब आप अगर आप टीसा के टेलीग्राम ग्रुप से जुड़े हुए हैं या आप किसी व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे जुड़े हुए हैं, तो वहाँ पर आपको ऑनलाइन मीटिंग्स के लिंक मिल जाएंगे। वहाँ पर आप लोगों के साथ प्रैक्टिस कर सकते हैं, उनके एक्सपीरियंस से सीख सकते हैं। और टीसा में TOPG कोर्सेज भी होते हैं, वो ऑनलाइन होते हैं, फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट होते हैं। आपको 2 वीक्स के कोर्सेज से आप टेक्निक्स के बारे में सीख पाएंगे, कैसे प्रैक्टिस करते हैं वो सीख पाएंगे, और ये आपको बहुत मदद देगा। तो कैन एनीवन जस्ट drop the link of TISA Telegram group in the chat so that दर ताहिर जी उस पर क्लिक करके टेलीग्राम ग्रुप से जुड़ जाए। थैंक यू सो मच दर ताहिर जी फॉर गिविंग अस योर इंट्रो। नेक्स्ट मैं बुलाना चाहूँगी अभय शर्मा जी को। जी अभय शर्मा जी, प्लीज अनम्यूट योर सेल्फ। जी, तो
Yes,
आज
ma'am.
आप क्या प्रेजेंट करना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, बस I am very, very thankful to all the admins and all the host of this wonderful conference that have given me this opportunity to express my views on the stammering and the associated problems with it. Actually, I have been a member of TISA since 2016, and I have also been a part of their physical meetings for pretty much time. But I was attending their physical meetings and online meetings too, but the concepts like acceptance, it was merely a concept for me. I did not accept it. I did not accept my stammerings from my heart from that time. But since few months I have been dealing with some anxiety issues, and I believe that those anxiety issues are related to my stammering. So I have made it a point very, very clear to my family members and all the office colleagues, and I have been in the process of accepting my stammering. I have made my office colleagues as my practice mates. Means I practice with them. I WhatsApp them my problematic words, and in the office I keep practicing with them. Yes, acceptance is very hard, but it is not impossible. Actually, acceptance is the first step to solve any problem. If you want to solve any problem, the first step is to acknowledge the problem and accept it problem. Then only the solution will come to you. So this thought, trickled upon my mind very late in my life. I am almost 29 now. I regret that I had knew this concept of acceptance since very long, but I have not accepted my stammering from my heart. So it is a very weird thing. But all guys out there and girls out there, if you want to change the way you think about stammering, and if you want to change your perspective about stammering, you first need to acknowledge it and accept it. Then only the solution will come to you. If you are getting a lot of blocks, that is only your urge to speak more fluently. If you for a second or for a moment stop being stop putting so much effort for being so fluent, you will automatically speak good. You need to have this equanimous state of mind, and you just need to hold down your horses and just calm down the anxiety and accept yourself for once. Acceptance is such a tool, is such an arm and ammunition that will give you a lot of confidence. And once you are settled in your place, you will automatically be very expressive. Being fluent is not the purpose of uh, our community, which I believe. To be a good communicator and to express ourselves fully without much problem is our basic goal, right? So yes, to be a good communicator, we just need to accept ourselves the way we are. Don't put so much effort. I have all my life committed this mistake, which I want to tell to the newcomers that you do not need to put so much effort. I still hide my stammering from some people, and I know those people, and it is very awkward to accept at every situation, at least because we are not monks, right? We have to think what people will think, but not at all situations. The first step that you can undertake is to accept in front of those people which are very near to you, and which you are very sure that though they won't judge you for sure. And then you will gain the necessary confidence of how to accept my stammering in front of everyone else, in front of whom I am very afraid to talk. Like my boss is an IAS, so I am still very unsure about accepting in front of him because he is a very impatient man. So yes, it will take time, and I know about it, but eventually I will accept in front of him too. Uh, and of course, my stammering is also very conditional. In office, I don't speak like this. I stutter a lot. Means not a lot, but yes, I hide in front of my other section colleagues. But in front of my office colleagues, I have accepted it 1 month ago. But still, I hide somewhat. But it will be okay. I know that. So just want to accept in front of you wonderful people, and to all the women out there, you people are just rocking, man. Means that the level of acceptance that you have exhibited in this national conference, and the level of acceptance that you have in yourself, is a so much motivation for me. And I learned so much from you girls of TISA. I can't even tell you how proud I am of you, all the immense out there. It gives me so much immense pleasure and so much happiness to have known you people. You guys are incredible, man, incredible. Thus, thanks a
Thank
lot.
you so much. Thank you so much, Abhiji, for sharing your experiences, sharing your feeling about acceptance. Of course, I agree with you. अगर आपने एक बार खुद को एक्सेप्ट कर लिया, फिर आपने आधी जंग तो तभी जीत ली। तो इस जंग में कोई भी अकेला नहीं है, इस लाइफ में कोई अकेला नहीं है। जो आप लोग एक्सपीरियंस कर चुके हैं, एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे हैं या करने वाले हैं, वो सेम एक्सपीरियंसेस सबके हैं। तो यहाँ पे कोई अकेला नहीं है, सब स्टैमर करते हैं और यहाँ खुल के स्टैमर कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट मैं बुलाना चाहूँगी संतोष खरे जी को। ये अब सबके सामने बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग प्रेजेंटेशन देंगे एंड आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू इट। तो संतोष जी, आप प्लीज़ अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर कीजिए और अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिए। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, Akansha ji, for giving this opportunity. And I would like to thank TISA as well for giving this opportunity. And let me introduce myself. I am Santosh Khaire. I am from Bangalore, Karnataka, and presently working as a software engineer. And I am 45 years old. So today I would like to give a presentation on spirituality. And my title name is Who Am I? So just wanted to put some light about our self-understanding. Who am I through spirituality? So let me share my screen. Is my screen visible?
जी, आपकी स्क्रीन विजिबल है।
And I hope my video is also on, right?
Yes, yes, yes. Your
Okay.
video is also on.
Thank you. So let's start with this presentation. Who am I? So let's try to understand who am I through a spirituality way. So in physical world, we all know that our name, our locality, our identity. So in physical world, our identity changes as we grow in our life. So during childhood, we will be known through our name. And when we complete our education, we will be known as a graduated, as an engineer or a doctor, and through your profession. So in this physical world, our identity changes in every part of our life. So let's try to understand in a different way about who am I through a spirituality way. Next, coming to my first slide. Just 1 second. Is my next slide visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you, Akanksha ji. Yeah. So this is our human body. As we all know, we have few internal organs and few external organs. Just I would like to know from the audience, which is the important part or organ in our body? If anyone can answer. As we know, we have heart, lungs, stomach, liver, kidney, intestine, eyes, brain, ears. So among these, which is the important part in our organ?
I think I think all the organs are important, but the most important one is your heart.
Yes, absolutely, Akanksha ji. Thank you. And as we know, this heart is one of the important organ, but I think brain is one of the important part in our body, through which the brain controls all the internal organs of our body. So a brain plays a very a major and important role in our body. And this is about the human body. Okay, let's not go deep into this. So what makes us a human being? As we know, we all are a human being. So what makes us a human being? We know about the human body that we have all these organs. Only these organs will not make us a human being. There is another entity which which we know about that, but we are not fully aware of that entity. So let's discuss on that. So this is our human body, and plus this is a soul. But human body plus soul makes us a human being. So human body is just to perform the task in our life, okay, to perform actions. But the one which is controlling our human body is the soul. So that is the important part in our life, which makes us a human being. That is, which gives the human body a life. So soul is nothing but a life or a energy. Okay. And where is this soul located in our body? So as you can see in this slide, it is located in the center of our forehead. This position where we apply tilak, the man applies tilak and women apply bindi. And this is the position of the soul in our body. So next we will try to understand about the human life cycle, how a human takes birth, and during his own life cycle, what happens uh, after the end of his life. So when a person takes birth in a form of child, so the body is formed. So the body is not having a life. When the soul enters the body, then the body will have a life, and then all his activities, these imaginary activities, all his thinking capability is will develop. And as we grow, we become a child younger, and at the elder stage, once our body gets older, and one part of the time in our life, we will leave this body. So this body is temporary in this world. This body will is made up of 5 elements. which will get mixed up in the 5 elements after the death. So the only one thing which never dies is the soul. That is the original entity in our body which gives us life. And after the death of this body, the soul detach this body and go to this soul world. Okay, let's talk about that soul world later. So this is the human cycle where we take birth and rebirth. And I hope everybody agrees that we all take birth and rebirth, right? May I know any comments from the audience? Do we all believe that we take birth and rebirth?
Yes, yes, I do.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
Thank you very much. There are a lot of examples in this real world where we have seen a person taking birth and rebirth, as in according to Hindu mythology as well. Uh, we have seen and we have heard in the mythology that Lord Vishnu has taken so many avatars. Lord Shankar has taken so many avatars. This avatar is nothing but the rebirth of that Lord Vishnu or the Lord Shankar. So similarly, as Lord takes rebirth, all human beings in this planet on the earth will take rebirth. So, next we'll go to our next slide. So what is the difference between a body and a soul? So body is a physical entity and soul is a non-physical entity. We cannot see the soul with our naked eyes. So body is a physical entity. We can see each and every organs of our body with the help of technology or science. Okay, and body is mortal and soul is immortal. Soul never dies. Body actually, after completing of its role, it gets mixed up with the 5 elements. Okay, and soul is it never dies. It's an energy, it's a life, it never gets destroyed. And body is a temporary form, as I explained earlier, and soul is eternal. Body constantly changes its image. Okay, when we are child, our image will be different. As we grow up, our image changes each and every part of our life, but the soul never changes its image. It has a constant image in a form of light. So what is soul then? So soul is nothing but is a point of light. It looks like a point of light, like a star, a twinkling star. It is an energy, it is life, and it can be detached from the body. As it can be detached from the body as well as it can come enter into a body as well. So it is a detachable entity. Soul takes the birth and rebirth, not the body. Okay, as we all know that we all take birth and rebirth. Sorry, as we all know that we all take birth and rebirth. That is not, a body is not taking the rebirth. Then who is taking the rebirth? There's nothing but as the soul. A soul is an actor which plays the role by changing the costumes. As our body changes the costumes each and every day, so the soul changes its costume for each and every birth. So that is the difference between body and soul, and these are the few features of the soul. The original qualities of soul. Actually, we have knowledge, we have peace, we have happiness, love, bliss, purity. All these are the original qualities of soul, which we already have, but we are not aware of this, and we are searching this for all these things in the external world. So that is the problem, where we do not find peace, happiness, the eternal peace I'm talking about, eternal peace, the eternal happiness, the knowledge. So everything is incorporated in the small twinkling star, that is the soul. What does the soul consist of then? So we know the location of the soul, it is in the center of our forehead. So what does it actually consist of? So it consists of 3 things, that is the mind, and in Hindi we call it as a man. And the second is the intellect, which in Hindi we call this as buddhi. And the third one is sanskar. Sanskar is nothing but your memories, or it is just like a hard disk of our body. okay, where all the memories are stored. Uh, so we all know about mind. Each and every day we talk about the mind. What is the role of mind? What is its function? And what is the function of intellect? And what are the sanskars? Sanskars are nothing but our habits which are recorded in our soul. So let's try to understand in brief about mind, intellect, and sanskar. So mind, what is the role of mind? And all the thoughts are originated from the mind, as we all know. And all the feelings like sad, happiness, depression, stress, uh, everything is born in the mind. And all the experiences and imagination with thinking. So all these tasks are performed by the mind. Uh, Okay, and next we will go to the intellect part. In what is the role of intellect? It evaluates, it takes a decision making. The decision making
संतोष जी
is
आपके पास 2 मिनट है, जरा सा सबको टाइम वो ये चाहिए, जरा
okay.
प्लीज ओके जल्दी वाइंड अप कीजिए। थैंक यू संतोष जी।
Okay, Suraj, thank you, thank you. Yeah, sure. Okay, I was talking about intellect. The role of intellect is it evaluates and its decision making part is done by the intellect. So the role of the mind is to create the thoughts, to generate the thought. On the thoughts, its intellect will act and it will take a decision whether to go with the thought or not to go with the thought. And the third one is the sanskar. After taking the decision, we perform an action. So whatever actions we perform, that becomes our habit, that becomes our memories, the talents, the qualities. And that is called nothing but the sanskar. So, so there are two type of consciousness. What we all know, there is body consciousness and soul consciousness. When we are in body consciousness, we do come across all the problems, and we have this superior, inferior feelings, all these things. When we are in soul conscious, we don't have such kind of feelings, and we all think that we are all souls, and we are all are the children of one God. So there will be no superior, inferior feelings among us. So that's what I do follow, that practicing, by practicing meditation, we can be in the soul conscious state, and we always think and thank of what we have and what we have, and always thank for the God that what He has given us, instead of thinking what we are not having and going behind that. So that gives us a peaceful and happy life. Sorry. And the one famous quote I would like to say, that this world is a stage and life is a drama, and we all are actors. We all are playing a unique role. So one role is not comparable with another role. Each and every human being has a unique role in this world. So it is not comparable. So okay, I want to conclude it as soon as possible. And at last, I would like to say only one thing, that I am nothing but a peaceful soul in this body, and playing this role as a son, as a husband, as a father, whatever it is. So thank you, Om Shanti. If you have any questions, please.
Thank you so much, Santosh Khareji, for sharing this beautiful presentation. I really acknowledge your efforts and the way you presented it. It was mind blowing. Thank you so much for sharing. And please share your email ID in the chat section so that अगर किसी को कोई क्वेश्चन पूछना हो तो वो सीधे आपको ईमेल भेज दे।
Sure, sure.
थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you very much. Thanks.
नेक्स्ट मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी जस्सी जी को फ्रॉम चंडीगढ़। जस्सी जी प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ। जी
Hello, hi, Akansha, and hello everyone.
जी तो आज आप क्या करना चाहेंगे?
Okay, तो सबसे पहले मुझे ये बताइए कि मेरे पास कितना समय है, how much time I
आपके
got?
पास 5 मिनट्स हैं।
Okay, so अभी 10:22 है, तो 10:27 तक मैं wind up कर दूंगा। So thank you, first of all, thank you this TISA for organizing this national conference in 2021. अपने कोविड टाइम में हम सभी कनेक्टेड हैं ऑनलाइन, एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द होस्ट एंड को होस्ट एंड संतोष सर ने बहुत अच्छी प्रेजेंटेशन दी रिगार्डिंग सोल्स। एंड मैं अपने एक्सपीरियंस से ये बताना चाहूँगा कि मैं 2015 से टीसा के साथ जुड़ा हुआ हूँ और मैंने एक बहुत अच्छी सोल्स देखी हैं। और मैं फॉर एग्जांपल मैं हज़ारों स्टैमरर से मिला हूँ वर्कशॉप्स में एंड नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में, एंड आई कैन से प्राउडली दैट 100% जितने भी स्टैमर्स हैं वो दिल के इतने अच्छे हैं, इतनी उनकी सोल प्योर है एंड हार्ट उनका बहुत अच्छा है एंड दे आर वेरी लवेबल एंड बहुत हेल्पफुल होते हैं लोग। एंड हाँ, थोड़ी स्टैमरिंग है बट वो मैनेज की जा सकती है। एंड जहाँ तक मेरा बात स्टैमरिंग को लेके है तो काफ़ी कुछ सीखा है मैंने इन 6 सालों में, तो वही मैं आपके साथ डिस्कस करना चाहूँगा। स्पेशली जो नए लोग हैं जो अभी टीसा के साथ जुड़े हैं या अभी अपना करियर स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं या जॉब्स इंटरव्यू की प्रिपरेशन दे रहे हैं, तो आई जस्ट वांट टू से दैट नेवर गिव अप बिकॉज थोड़ी स्ट्रगल होती है अगर आपको अवेयरनेस ना हो कि स्टैमरिंग को ठीक कैसे करना है और इसको मैनेज करना कैसे है। एक बार आपने सीख लिया कि हाँ स्टैमरिंग अगर हो भी रही है तो इट्स नॉट अ बिग डील, मैं हकला हूँ, मैं हकला रहा हूँ, तो मेरी एक ये टेम्परेरी स्टेज है, आगे जाके ये ठीक हो जाएगी। सो इससे डरना नहीं है। एंड टीसा के सिद्धांत हैं डर, शर्म, झिझक, तो हमें डर नहीं होना चाहिए, किसी चीज़ की शर्म नहीं होनी चाहिए और झिझक नहीं होनी चाहिए किसी से सवाल पूछने में। तो आप बेझिझक सवाल पूछिए अपने स्कूल, कॉलेज में, ऑफिस में। एंड कभी गिव अप ना करें। आपको लगता है यार कि मैं बात करूं या ना करूं, वो करूं या ना करूं में से आपने करनी है। आपको यू हैव टू सेलेक्ट कि हाँ आई वांट टू डू इट, मैंने स्टेप फॉरवर्ड लेना है। तो मेरा मतलब जब मेरी स्टैमिंग ठीक हो गई थी, आई वुड से कि दुनिया में किसी कोई ऐसा इंसान नहीं होगा जिसकी 100% स्टैमिंग ठीक हो चुकी है, तो कहीं ना कहीं इसका अंश हमारी लाइफ में, ज़िंदगी में रहता है और कभी भी आ सकता है एंड इट्स नॉर्मल। ये मैंने समझ लिया है कि 3-4 महीने के बाद एक टाइम ऐसा आता है कि सब कुछ ठीक होता है बट आपकी स्टैमिंग दोबारा आ जाती है। एंड मेरे पास लोगों के बहुत से फ़ोन कॉल्स आते हैं कि यार सब कुछ सही चल रहा था लेकिन एकदम स्टैमरिंग वापस आ गई, तो ये क्या है जैसे भैया आप बताओ। मैं इट्स नॉर्मल, इट्स पार्ट ऑफ अ लाइफ एंड ये मेरे साथ भी होता है एंड यू डोंट हैव टू वरी। स्टैमरिंग वापस आई है, 1-2 दिन में चली जाएगी अपना काम करते हुए, तो डोंट ओवर थिंक अबाउट इट। तो जो नए लोग हैं उनको मैं यही कहूँगा कि नेवर गिव अप, अपना स्टेप फॉरवर्ड करना है, हार नहीं माननी और अपना एक मेंटर ज़रूर रखो टीसा में से। जैसे मेरे मेंटोर्स परमजीत सर, डॉक्टर जसवीर सर थे यहाँ पे, जेपी सुंडा सर थे यहाँ पे मेंटोर। तो किसी मेंटोर के गाइडेंस में आप जुड़े रहो। एंड इस नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में सबसे ज़्यादा बेनिफिट पता किसको हो रहा है? जो ये प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे हैं, जो ये होस्ट एंड को होस्ट हैं। तो जो नए लोग हैं प्लीज़ आप नेक्स्ट टाइम पार्टिसिपेट करो बिकॉज आई कैन मैं समझ सकता हूँ। हमने यहाँ पे चंडीगढ़ में 2 वर्कशॉप्स करी हैं, एक नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस करी है और सबसे ज़्यादा फ़ायदा उनको ही होता है जो ऑर्गेनाइजर्स होती हैं। एंड बाकी सुनते ज़रूर हैं लेकिन बेनिफिट उन्हीं तक पहुँचता है जो ऑर्गेनाइजर्स हैं। तो प्लीज़ मेक श्योर आप पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हो, कोई ना कोई प्रेजेंटेशन लेके आ रहे हो एंड कुछ ना कुछ आप एज एक लीडर के तौर पे कर रहे हो, आप दिखा रहे हो। सो बी अ लीडर, डोंट बी अ लिसनर। सुनना अच्छी बात है बट पार्टिसिपेशन आपको करनी है और आज से ही करनी है। एंड थैंक यू सो मच आकांक्षा, ओवर टू यू।
थैंक यू सो मच जैसी जी, आपकी ये बात सुनकर आई होप सारे न्यू कमर्स अपने कंफर्ट जोन से निकलेंगे और अपनी स्टैमरिंग की जर्नी, अपनी लाइफ की जर्नी में आगे करेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच। नेक्स्ट मैं बुलाना चाहूँगी अर्चना जी को। अर्चना जी प्लीज शेयर योर थॉट्स। आप सबके पास 5 मिनट्स का ही टाइम है। थैंक यू सो मच।
Sure. Thanks, Akanksha. Hi, I'm Archana here. Actually, I didn't join the first 2 days, so this is the first time I have joined TISA meeting conference today. I was there in the morning session, so thanks for giving me an opportunity to speak. So coming to my history, I was born in quite a very poor family where there was a lot of domestic violence also. But I did my engineering and dual MBA, and I worked in MNC in Bangalore for 4.5 years. After that, I shifted to Hyderabad. Right now, I'm a civil services faculty in Hyderabad. So this is about my history. Now coming to when did I join TISA? Somewhere in 2018 or something, I don't remember. There was a conference in Hyderabad which I attended. Then let me tell you my experiences about stuttering specifically. I have stuttered ever since I learned to speak somewhere at the age of 2. And one thing that really stood out in my life was I never got an opportunity ever in school, in college, in my engineering, or in MBA or anything. I could never stand on the stage. I had a tremendous stage fear. Whenever I had to speak, I would just sweat. I would just freeze. I would forget everything. This has happened to me many times. And many times I was thrown out from events by my teachers. My palms would sweat. I had tremendous stage fear. The first time I spoke, actually, I listened to my own voice, was at the age of 27 when I was in Thomson Reuters. I was working in a company in Bangalore. And in my entire life, nobody had supported me, and my family relations were also really bad. They should have helped me, but in fact, they kind of criticized me, backstabbed me, everybody. Okay. My family and my teachers specifically. So this is the job of the educational institutions, first of all, to improve the standard of education. Not just in education is not just about books. Books is only, I think, 1/3 of it. The remaining part is co-curricular, extracurricular activities, and helping students to overcome their issues. So this is about my history. And what I did, how did I improve myself? So I've been doing my own personal bit of research from last 10 years, almost 10, 11 years. I read a few books. I went through lots of videos. Techniques didn't work for me. Some were very good. So I boiled down to 1 or 2 techniques that worked for me a little bit. And I drafted my own self-therapy. So I've never been to a therapist or a professional counseling for this. So I drafted a self-therapy. The first thing I did was to identify my own pattern of stuttering, which which sounds, which letters I'm getting stuck on. I wrote that a list and pasted that paper on the wall of my room. That really helped me, and I relaxed my breathing. I followed lots of breathing techniques, and this and everything I have done on my own. Everything. It's been a very lonely journey. It's really a lonely, tumultuous journey. A very lonely and tumultuous journey all throughout. So this is what I normally do. And going forward, as I told you, I've been teaching, and teaching is the I think teaching is the greatest platform for any stutterer, because it will give you ample time to understand your own pattern of stuttering, and every day will be an exam for you. Like, how much have you improved? Where are you getting stuck? Like earlier, I was having no issues with B, but now I am getting stuck in A and B also many times, and even in C. So some of the sounds are like they are new to me. Okay, so I have been doing this self therapy, but now I think going forward I have to be more organized in my life. I really have to work hard and be consistent. So everyday practice really helps. If you practice for one day and don't practice for 1 month, it's going to come back to the same thing again. So I think it is very important to practice. And some yoga asanas also help a lot, like Simhasana. When I did that, I found some improvement. So this is the only thing that I have to share. And apart from that, I love astrology. I am a practicing astrologer from 4.5 years. I do chart reading. I really love astrology. So I see my own chart that I have a speech impediment. So this is about me. I love reading. I love teaching. And of late I've been writing a little bit. But yes, I have to work hard more. I have to be more practical and conscientious. I believe I have to work hard more. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Archana ji, for sharing your experience. आई होप यहाँ पे जितने भी लोग हैं सब आपके एक्सपीरियंस से कुछ ना कुछ सीखेंगे एंड मुझे पर्सनली ये लगता है कि जब किसी पर्सन को ये पता लग जाए कि उनको अपनी लाइफ में क्या करना है वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है क्योंकि आजकल की जनरेशन में आजकल के टाइम में जो नई जनरेशन आ रही हैं उनके पास कोई लाइफ में एम नहीं है तो एटलीस्ट जो लोग स्टैमर करते हैं उनको एक एम मिल जाता है कि उन्हें बेटर अपने आप को कल से बेटर करना है थैंक यू सो मच अर्चना जी नेक्स्ट मैं बुलाना चाहूँगी संजय श्रीनिवास जी को संजय जी प्लीज आप अपना माइक अनम्यूट कर दीजिए
हाँ
जी
हेलो
जी
या
संजय जी तो आज के ओपन माइक में आप क्या प्रेजेंट करना चाहेंगे
यस my experience and my anxiety experience currently which I am feeling, I had lowered my hand 4 to 5 times ये anxiety की वजह से but yes seeing you people smiling continuously and handling the NC very well. Last 2 days I was unable to attend but today I have attended a few just few point to add on this. इतना मुझे वरीड है कि मैं अभी हाथ कांप रहे मेरे डर बहुत है मेरे माइंड में आई एम जस्ट 2 months बैक आई हैव जॉइन टीसा मैंने जस्ट TOPG भी कंप्लीट की है उसमें मैंने जो पास्ट एक्सपीरियंस NC जो अटेंड किए हैं उनसे मैंने बात भी की तो सोच रहा था कि NC कैसे होगा क्या होगा लेकिन as TOPG was arranged well and TISA is handling superb all peoples Nikhil and all Harish sir Suraj sir Anita ma'am all are very heart touching people who because of them because of all of them person like me can attend this and know the world what it is for a stammerer and a worried person. Though I have completed TOPG, but I feel that मुझे अभी भी बहुत प्रैक्टिस की ज़रूरत है मुझे एक्सेप्टेंस तो मैंने कर दिया था लेकिन यस प्रैक्टिस से ही आगे बढ़ना है आज के सेशन में मुझे बहुत ही हार्ट टचिंग था वो पेरेंट वाला सेशन I do have my daughter and my baby. I am 38 years old, but yes, it's never late to start. I have taken a step to learn to manage my stammer. My daughter observes me very well. She completes my sentence. So, मुझे जल्दी से जल्दी I can't say कि मैं overcome, but yes, I can manage with TISA by learning the techniques. कहा कुछ पढ़ने सुनने की जरूरत नहीं है, just TISA पे online रहेंगे तो बहुत कुछ सीख पाएंगे. Huge personalities from various fields, various locations, sharing their experience. बेझिझक भले स्टैमर कर रहे, बट यस, लॉट टू नो कि डर के आगे ही जीत है. अभी भी मैं इतना वरीड हूँ, मेरे हाथ कांप रहे हैं, क्या पता क्यों. मैं अभी भी जस्ट ऑन करने के पहले भी मैं बोला कि अभी तो नहीं बोल पाऊंगा, क्यों, क्या मतलब अभी भी नहीं जान पा रहा हूँ. लेकिन बहुत ही वरीनेस होता है माइंड में. मैं 2-2 मिनट के लिए ब्लैंक हो रहा था. मैंने ये लिख भी लिया कि क्या बोलना है थोड़े मिनट में. लेकिन यस, थैंक यू टीसा वंस अगेन फॉर, एटलीस्ट मैं कुछ पार्ट लेने की कोशिश करने वाला था, लेकिन वही माइंड में डर था. लेकिन यस, मैंने आज माइंड सेट कर लिया कि ओपन माइक सेशन में कुछ तो बोलूँगा, भले मेरे जो वरीडनेस है उसके रिगार्डिंग में बोलूँगा. तो यस, आई हैव डन इट. थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू.
थैंक यू सो मच संजय जी कि आपने आपने इतना अच्छा अपना परसेप्शन बताया. मैं ये बात स्पेशली पॉइंट आउट करना चाहूँगी कि एक स्टैमरर का सबसे बड़ा एनिमी वो अपने आप ही होता है. आप आप अगर जब हम इतनी एक्सेप्टेंस की बात कर ही रहे हैं, तो एक स्टैमरर के माइंड में ही होता है कि लोग क्या सोचेंगे, सोसाइटी क्या सोचेगी. तो आज आपने अपनी सोच को ही ओवर पार किया, अपने अपने माइंड को कमांड करा कि नहीं, मैं आज बोलूँगा. और ये सिर्फ एक फर्स्ट स्टेप है. एंड जहाँ तक जैसी आपकी विल पावर है, वो देखकर मुझे लग रहा है कि नेक्स्ट नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप भी बहुत एक्टिवली पार्ट लेंगे. और मैं चाहती हूँ कि ऐसे ओपन माइक्स में आप ये सारा एंकरिंग करें और मैं एज अ पार्टिसिपेंट हूँ. तो अब हम नेक्स्ट नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में मिलेंगे जहाँ संजय जी एंकरिंग करेंगे. जी, अब मैं नेक्स्ट बुलाना चाहूँगी ऋतिक जी को. ऋतिक जी बहुत अच्छे ऑनलाइन मीटिंग्स रखते हैं. मैंने अभी रिसेंटली इनकी एक मीटिंग ज्वाइन की थी और बहुत अच्छा इनका एटीट्यूड है. बहुत स्माइल के साथ, जिंदा दिली के साथ ये मीटिंग्स को एंकर करते हैं. तो अब ऋतिक जी, द स्टेज इज ऑल योर्स. आपके पास 5 मिनट्स हैं जी.
ओके, तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल अकान मैं अपना शॉर्ट इंट्रोडक्शन दे देता हूँ. ओके, माय name is Ritik Singh class, and now I am learning coding. Yeah, so this is my short introduction. Okay, yeah. Also, ये आज मैं एक सॉन्ग गाना, दो सॉन्ग डेडिकेटेड है. और वैसे इस बार
आई थिंक ऋतिक जी का इंटरनेट वीक है, तो मैं उनके पास दोबारा आऊँगी. ऋतिक जी
ओके,
आपका इंटरनेट थोड़ा है.
ओके,
ऋतिक जी, मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि आप थोड़ा टाइम लेके कहीं ऐसी जगह जाएं जहाँ पे आपके इंटरनेट
Yeah, yeah. Ma'am, I am audible now.
जी जी जी
Am
जी
I audible?
जी
Okay, yeah. Okay, so Wi-Fi की problem थी वो. Yeah. Okay, so now I am singing the song. Okay. तू सफर मेरा है, तू ही मेरी मंजिल, तेरे बिना गुजारा ऐ दिल है मुश्किल, तू मेरा खुदा, तू ही दुआ में शामिल, तेरे बिना गुजारा ऐ दिल है मुश्किल, मुझे आजमाती है तेरी कमी, मेरी हर कमी को है तू लाज़मी, जुनून है मेरा, बनूं मैं तेरे काबिल, तेरे बिना गुजारा ऐ दिल है मुश्किल, ये रूह भी मेरी, ये जिस्म भी मेरा, उतना मेरा नहीं जितना हुआ तेरा, तूने दिया है जो वो दर्द भी सही, तुझसे है जा मिला, इनाम है मेरा, मेरा आसमां ढूंढे तेरी जमीन, मेरी हर कमी को है तू लाज़मी, जमीन पे ना सही तो आसमां में आमिल, तेरे बिना गुजारा ऐ दिल है मुश्किल. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So
वेरी नाइस ऋतिक जी, आपने बहुत अच्छा गाया जी। आप कुछ
थैंक यू मैम मुझे चांस देने के.
थैंक यू सो मच ऋतिक जी, आपने मेरा वन ऑफ माय फेवरेट ये सॉन्ग है, और मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि आप लोग भी टेलीग्राम ग्रुप देखा करिए, और जब भी ऋतिक जी अपनी मीटिंग्स के बारे में लिखे तो आप भी अटेंड करिएगा, इनकी मीटिंग बहुत अच्छी होती है। नेक्स्ट मैं बुलाना चाहूँगी संतोष काम्बलिज जी को। अभी कल परसों के ओपन माइक में संतोष जी ने बहुत अच्छा गाना गाया था, तो मैंने इनसे अभी रिक्वेस्ट की है कि ये गाना सुनाएं। जी संतोष जी।
थैंक यू आकांक्षा, थैंक यू, सो नाइस ऑफ यू। और आपकी स्माइल बहुत अच्छी है, और आपने जो भी मीटिंग कंडक्ट की है वो मैं देख रहा हूँ, 2-3 दिन से देख रहा हूँ, बहुत ही अच्छे जो भी मीटिंग आपने कंडक्ट की है। मैं जस्ट गाना तो मैं सुनाऊंगा, डेफिनेटली सुनाऊंगा, लेकिन गाना सुनाने से पहले आज जो कुछ हुआ था मतलब पेरेंट्स मीटिंग में, उसके बारे में मैं जस्ट बात करूंगा 2 मिनट के लिए। बेसिकली कभी मैं मतलब इतना इमोशनल होता नहीं हूँ कभी, मैं तो हमेशा सबको मैं बोलता रहता हूँ कि आप मतलब जैसे मतलब पुश करो, खुद को पुश करो, ये तो बड़ा टेम्पररी फेज है आपका लाइफ का। लाइफ में लाइक यू नो रिवर, और मतलब लाइक सी, मतलब एक लहर आती है एक जाती है लहर, तो आपको इतना नर्वस नहीं होना चाहिए। लेकिन आज पता नहीं क्यों जब मैंने वो मतलब 2010-11 में जो जो मतलब मेरी बेटी के साथ में हुआ और मुझे देखा उस टाइम में, और जो मैं बोल रहा था उस टाइम में, जो मुझे मेरे मन में जो हुआ ना, वो मतलब रहा नहीं गया, और मैं थोड़ा इमोशनल हो गया। सॉरी फॉर दैट। इमोशनल होना अच्छी बात है, लेकिन मुझे नहीं होना था, लेकिन हो गया। बेसिकली वो मतलब एक्सेप्टेंस की बात बारे में जब बात करेंगे तब अराउंड 2009 में मेरा सचिन के साथ में मेरा इंटरेक्शन बढ़ गया। क्योंकि उसी टाइम में हरीश बाब भी मुझे मुझे मिला था गोवा में। और तो गोवा में कोई मुझे फ्रेंड नहीं था, गोवा में सिर्फ हरीश ही मेरा एक फ्रेंड था। तो हरीश के साथ में बात करते करते फिर मैंने हरीश के यहाँ से सचिन का नंबर लिया, सचिन से बात किया। तो सचिन ने मुझे वही बोला, अरे तू मतलब आप कर रहे हो ठीक है, लेकिन आपने एक्सेप्ट किया है? तो मैं बोला हाँ मैं तो एक्सेप्ट किया है। नहीं 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 ऐसा नहीं, मतलब आपने अपने आपकी वाइफ से बात की है? मैं बोला हाँ अराउंड अराउंड 2-2.5 साल हो गए। मैंने पता है उसको? नहीं नहीं पता नहीं है उसको, पता है क्या कि आपने बताया? मैं बोला बताया तो नहीं है। तो एक काम करो संतोष, अब घर जाओ आराम से, शाम को बात करो, चाय वाय पी के बात करो और बताओ उसको ऐसा है कर। मैंने बिलीव नहीं, आकांक्षा मैंने 2 दिन लिए मैंने वो बात करने के लिए। फिर बाद में 2 दिन के बाद में मैंने उसको बताया, वसुंधरा, उसका नाम वसुंधरा है, वसुंधरा मुझे बात बात बोलनी है। तो क्या बात करनी है? तो मैं कभी कभी स्टैमर करता हूँ, तो पता नहीं स्टैमर ये क्या है। मैं बोला नहीं, मैं कभी कभी बात करने में थोड़ा मेरे हज मतलब हिचक होती है और बात नहीं करती। तो उसने मुझे देखा और बोली नहीं यार मुझे तो पता था, शादी से पहले दिन ही मुझे पता था कि आप मतलब ऐसे बोल रहे थे, आपको प्रॉब्लम है। लेकिन क्या कोई कोई बात नहीं, कुछ नहीं, उससे कुछ प्रॉब्लम है? कुछ नहीं प्रॉब्लम। बिलीव मी आकांक्षा, उस टाइम में मेरा जो प्रेशर ये जो गया था वो पूरा डाउन हो गया। और फ्रॉम राइट फ्रॉम दैट डे टू दिस डे वी हैव बीन हैप्पी, वी हैव बीन सो हैप्पी विद आवर चिल्ड्रन। मतलब हमारी अंडरस्टैंडिंग इतनी बढ़ गई है, इतनी अच्छी हो गई हमारी अंडरस्टैंडिंग। उसके बाद में जब 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 मतलब एक्सेप्टेंस हो गया, ओपननेस आ गया। आज भी कुछ भी बात घर में कुछ भी बात होगी तो वो मुझे बताती है, मेरे ऑफिस में या घर में कुछ भी बात होती है तो मैं उसको बताती हूँ। तो इसीलिए जो कार्डियल जो अपना रिलेशन जो अपना हुआ है ना, इतना healthy हुआ है। एंड दैट इज बिकॉज ऑफ दैट वन वन एडवाइस व्हिच वाज गिवन टू मिस्टर सचिन, कि उन्होंने बोला कि एक्सेप्टेंस करो। और उसके बाद मैं एक्सेप्टेंस करते गया। जो जो कभी कभी शादी हुई है, क्योंकि अभी होती है ऐसा कुछ मतलब प्रॉब्लम भी होती है, कभी प्रॉब्लम में अगर आप एक्सेप्टेंस करोगे, अपोलोजाइज करोगे, उसके बाद में जो आपकी जो बॉन्डिंग होती है, तो बॉन्डिंग इतनी इतनी बढ़िया हो गई बॉन्डिंग कि आजकल आजकल कभी कभी मैंने कुछ गलती भी नहीं की होगी तो भी बोलता हाँ मैंने गलती की है, सॉरी उसके बारे में। तो एक्सेप्टेंस के बारे में मैं और एक बात बोलना चाहूंगा कि जब मैं एक मेरा ऑफिस में था, मैं एक मतलब गोवा में आई वाज सर्विस मैनेजर इन वन कंपनी। उसमें भी मतलब मंथली उनकी मीटिंग होती थी और वो मंथली मीटिंग के लिए मुझे मुझे बॉम्बे आना पड़ता था। तो बॉम्बे में हमारे जो एक वीपी थे, चार्ल्स नाम था उनका, चार्ल्स। तो वो इससे ऐसे फैटी थे और उनका आवाज भी बहुत ज्यादा भारी आवाज था, मुझको जैसा। और वो दिखाते थे तो कंप्यूटर पे वो दिखाना होता था पूरा प्रेजेंटेशन आपका, मतलब आपने कितना बजट किया है, कितना आपका हो गया है और उसके बाद में आप क्या करोगे। तो हमेशा हमेशा मंथली मेरा पूरा सेक्शन होता था, लेकिन वो होता था मैं मतलब 5 मिनट का प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए मुझे कुछ 20-25 मिनट लगते थे और सारे लोग शाम पे बैठे थे। उस टाइम में भी जब सचिन ने मुझे बताया कि आपने अपनी बॉस से बात किया, बोला नहीं बात किया, तो ठीक है बात करो। तो वो भी अराउंड 2-3 मीटिंग्स मैंने छोड़ के, मैं जब मेरा अप्रेजल था उस टाइम में मैंने उससे बात किया था कि अराउंड अप्रेजल शुरू होने वाला था प्रेजेंटेशन। उसके बाद मैं गया था सर ऐसा से मेरा प्रॉब्लम है। तो मैं कभी कभी स्टैमर करता हूँ, इफ यू वांट इफ यू डिड नॉट अंडरस्टैंड एनीथिंग सो प्लीज मैं आपको रिपीट करूंगा। तो मुझे बोले कि मुझे पता है कि तुम स्टैमर करते हो, मुझे तुम्हारे स्टैमरिंग से कुछ लेना देना नहीं है, आप क्या दिखा रहे हो उसमें मुझे लेना देना है। तो उस टाइम में उस वो जो मीटिंग था मेरा, वो तो मीटिंग इतना कूलली हो गया मेरा, क्योंकि मैंने एक्सेप्ट किया था। और ऐसी बहुत सी बातें हैं कि मतलब एक्सेप्टेंस इज द की, कि आप एक्सेप्ट करोगे आज नहीं तो कल आपको करना ही एक्सेप्ट। अगर आपको बीमार हो तो आपको बोलना है कि आप बीमार हो, और बीमार के बाद में सर ये करना है। तो मैं जस्ट एक जस्ट गाना सुनाऊंगा आपको, एक मेरा बहुत ही फेवरेट गाना है, जस्ट 2 मिनट्स आकांक्षा। जिंदगी ये रीत है, हार के बाद ही जीते हैं, जिंदगी की यही रीत है, हार के बाद ही जीत है। थोड़े आंसू है, थोड़ी हंसी, आज गम है तो कल है खुशी, जिंदगी की यही रीत है, हार के बाद ही जीत है। Thank you, Akansha, for giving me an opportunity to speak with you. He's my son. His name is sorry. Bye.
Hello, hi. थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू सो मच। और मैं भी मेंशन करना चाहूँगी कि आज जो फैमिली वाला सेशन था उसमें मैं भी थोड़ी इमोशनल एंड में आके आए, वाज अ बिट इमोशनल। एंड मुझे लगता है कि अपने इमोशंस एक्सप्रेस करना ज़्यादा अच्छा है, बजाय कि उन्हें दबाना। रोना आता है, मुझे भी आता है, एंड इट्स फाइन। और मैं रोती हूँ, इट इज़ फाइन। मैं भी एक इंसान ही हूँ और ये सब फील करना इज़ ओके, इट्स नॉर्मल। तो अब मैं नेक्स्ट बुलाना चाहूँगी मेलविन जी को। मेलविन जी, द स्टेज इज ऑल yours and you have 5 minutes.
मैं एक पॉइंट ऐड करना चाहता हूँ, सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट, सॉरी आकांक्षा, यू होप यू डोंट माइंड। संतोष जी, मैंने भी आज की मीटिंग अटेंड की थी, वही पेरेंट्स वाली, एंड आपको इमोशनल देखकर आई गॉट इमोशनल टू, तो मैंने अपना कैमरा ऑफ कर लिया। हाँ, एंड एक्चुअली आई एम ए काइंड ऑफ मीन्स थोड़ा वही सेंसिटिव ज़्यादा हूँ आई फील। और स्टार्टिंग में जब टीसा में ज्वाइन हुआ था तो समवन, आई वाज इन ए मीटिंग, टीसा की मीटिंग होती है उसमें था, एंड समवन आस्क्ड मी कि आपके चाइल्डहुड एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में शेयर कीजिए। तो शेयर करते करते आई स्टार्टेड, मैं वही रोना स्टार्ट कर दिया मैंने। तो सभी शॉक हो गए कि क्यों रो रहा है, इतना क्या हो गया। तो इट्स ओके टू बी इमोशनल, वो अच्छा है, इट्स ए पार्ट ऑफ अवर्स एंड इट्स अ गुड थिंग। थैंक यू सर, संतोष जी, थैंक यू। यस, over to Melvin ji.
Yeah, basically, hi everybody. Thanks Akanksha, for giving me the opportunity. Basically, I'm a lawyer for the last 21 years, and our profession requires talking. And I was told that when I was in the 4th standard, that I said I want to be a lawyer. So I always have been saying this: it's all in your mind. As Akanksha has rightly said, that you can be your own enemy. It's all in the mind. You just have to believe that what you're doing is absolutely right, and damn the world if they laugh or they do whatever. And that's what I've been telling my daughter also. And my daughter's story is a little strange, because she never stammered till the age of around 8 or 10. She was purely imitating me, and because of that she started stammering, to like 5-10 times more than me. So basically, this conference at TISA, I really thank Harish for that, has really helped her to come out of her shell so much that she actually gave 2 techniques on that conference, which have been given an honorable mention on the TISA website. So basically, the thing is very simple. Just know that you are doing nothing wrong. Whatever the others say, just ignore it. It doesn't make a difference. It is you who should be happy and satisfied with yourself. I will give a simple example. When I was told, that you're stammering, I would go and say, it's not it's k. So basically, what you've done, without being aggressive, you've actually told the other person and put that person in their place. So it is up to you to make up your mind that what you are doing, you are comfortable with. And that is the ultimate thing. Once you accept that, nobody can touch you. I always say a ship sinks only when the water goes in. Otherwise, the ship is surrounded by water and it floats beautifully. It's only when the water goes in, it actually sinks. And this is the only thing. I have been doing that for the rest of my life. Even in the high court, even in the lower court, if I have to stammer, I have to stammer. I can't help that. I have to accept that. But the challenge is to go ahead. Like I had this experience. If I have time, Akanksha, if I cross my time, please let me know. And basically, I had this experience wherein a friend of mine asked me to speak to her brother. And believe me when I say this person would stammer once in every 30-40 words. which was hardly even noticeable. But he had put it in his own mind. You know, he had actually left his girlfriend because he thought that he was not sufficient for her, while she actually was the opinion that I am comfortable with you. I don't have an issue with your stammering. Why are you going away? So basically, it's up to you. It's all in the mind. Just make up your mind that this is who you are, and you are expressing your opinion, and the others can go straight to hell if they don't like the way you speak. It's as simple as that. It's up to each one. And basically this has helped me throughout, and my profession, being a lawyer for the last 21 years, I have to speak. I have to literally speak for a living. So basically this is my personal experience. I'll give a small way how I use stammering. The judge asked me a question, you know, and I needed around 3 or 4 seconds just to get the answer. I knew the answer, and I started stammering very, very artificially. And believe me, when you start stammering, people are very sympathetic to you and whatever. So I gave my answer, and nobody even knew that I had stammered artificially. So basically, using your so-called disability to your advantage is the key. In my opinion, it's all in the mind. It's up to you to say that I am who I am. The rest, if they don't agree with me, can go straight to hell. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Melvin, for sharing your thoughts. And मैंने पहले भी कहा है कि अगर आपने एक्सेप्ट अपने आप को कर लिया है तो आधी जंग आप तभी जीत गए हैं। लेकिन एक्सेप्ट करने के प्रोसेस में आप जिस भी तरीके से खुद को एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं, थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। ये कोई जड़ी बूटी नहीं है आपने घोट के पी ली और आपने एक रात में खुद को एक्सेप्ट कर लिया। इट विल टेक टाइम। आपकी जितनी एज है, आपने जितना अपने दिमाग है, इट विल टेक टाइम एंड इट इज ओके। अपन आप टाइम एंड इट इज ओके। अपन आप भी एक इंसान है, कोई भगवान नहीं है कि आप में आपको सुपर मैन नहीं है, आयरन मैन नहीं है जो आप में सारी सुपर पावर्स आ जाएगी। हम सब एक बहुत छोटे से इंसान है एंड इट विल टेक टाइम। तो स्टैमरिंग को अपनी लाइफ में बनाइए। वो बस एक आपकी लाइफ का पार्ट है। अपनी जर्नी को आप अच्छे से आगे लेते हुए जाइए। अब आगे लेते हुए जाइए के साथ मैं आपको अपने नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट से मिलवाना चाहूँगी, जो है सोमा रॉय जी। मैं सोमा रॉय जी से कुछ IWWS की मीटिंग्स में मिली हूँ। इनसे बात करके मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा है। सोमा रॉय जी, आप प्लीज अपना माइक अनम्यूट करिए। जी सोमा, आपके पास 5 मिनट्स है। यू कैन स्टार्ट।
Yeah. Hi, Akansha. The way you are doing the anchoring is actually fabulous. I like it a lot. Also, I'm a fan of your singing. You sing very well. And yeah, जो बात emotions का हो रहा था. Also, I feel when I was a child or in the adolescence period, I was too much, a girl with full of emotions, and this stammering added a few emotions on that, both for positive and negative. When it was negative, almost I was in a shell, and then slowly I came out. And when I came out, I reached to the people, Tisa and others. It's again emotions of joy, of strength, of happiness. So both ways are there. You just need to have a balance on that. एंड मैं आज एक कविता पढ़ने वाली हूँ जो कि मेरा बहुत ही you know, Manlo, it gives so much strength to me. And it was a time when I was doing my post graduation. I read this poem many times, not only to motivate me, but you know, to feel the essence of this great poem by Harivansh Rai Bachchan. So let's start. कोशिश करने वालों की हार नहीं होती, लहरों से डरकर नौका पार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती। नन्ही चींटी जब दाना लेकर चलती है, नन्ही चींटी जब दाना लेकर चलती है, चट्टी दीवारों पर 100 बार फिसलती है। मन का विश्वास रगों में साहस भरता है, चढ़कर गिरना गिरकर चढ़ना ना अखरता है। आखिर उसकी मेहनत बेकार नहीं होती, आखिर उसकी मेहनत बेकार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती। डुबकिया सिंधु में गोताखोर लगाता है, डुबकिया सिंधु में गोताखोर लगाता है, जा जाकर खाली हाथ लौट कर आता है। मिलते नहीं सहज ही मोती गहरे पानी में, मिलते नहीं सहज ही मोती गहरे पानी में, बढ़ता दुगना उत्साह इसी हैरानी में। मुट्ठी उसके खाली हर बार नहीं होती, मुट्ठी उसके खाली हर बार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती। असफलता एक चुनौती है, असफलता एक चुनौती है, इसे स्वीकार करो। क्या कमी रह गई देखो और सुधार करो, क्या कमी रह गई देखो और सुधार करो। जब तक ना सफल हो नींद चैन को त्यागो तुम, संघर्ष का मैदान छोड़ मत भागो तुम। कुछ किए बिना ही जय जयकार नहीं होती, कुछ किए बिना ही जय जयकार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती, हिम्मत करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती। So this poem I used to read ample of times because this gives me a lot of energy, a path where I should not give up. And with a small note, I just need 1 minute more. You have. दिल है छोटा सा, छोटी सी आशा, मस्ती भरी मन की भोली सी आशा, चांद तारों को छूने की आशा, आसमानों में उड़ने की आशा। दिल है छोटा सा, छोटी सी आशा। Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Soma. That was beautiful. The poem of Sri Harivansh Rai Bachchan ji. I also read such poems. I still remember जब मैं अपने MCA के what do you call that interviews में प्लेसमेंट्स में बैठ रही थी, तो मेरा 4-5 कंपनीज में बैक टू बैक रिजेक्शन था, नॉट बिकॉज ऑफ स्टैमरिंग ऑफ कोर्स, बट फिर मैंने ये पोएम पढ़ी और मैंने और मेहनत करी और फिर इसके बाद जो कंपनी आई थी उसमें आई गॉट प्लेस्ड। सो आई थिंक खुद को पोएम्स मतलब एक और अच्छा इंसान, एक अच्छा वेल रेड इंसान बनने के लिए कुछ बुक्स, छोटी छोटी बुक्स या पोएम्स वी शुड रीड। नेक्स्ट अप वी हैव जलेश जी. Jalesh ji, can you please म्यूट योरसेल्फ। जी, तो आपके पास 5 minutes हैं। आप यस,
Okay, okay, concern.
स्टेज इज ऑल योर्स।
It's my first day here. मेरा पहला दिन है। इससे पहले मैं सिर्फ इसका वीडियो सब देखा करता था, तो मैंने आज सोचा कि आज ज्वाइन कर लेते हैं, बात कर लेते हैं कैसे क्या है। मैंने लाइव से बहुत सारे देखे थे, लेकिन पहली बार ज्वाइन कर रहे, तो पहली बार मैंने ज्वाइन करा, देखे बात की तो अच्छा लगा। ऐसा मुझे फील हुआ कि मैं सिंगल ही नहीं, और ऐसे बहुत से इस फील्ड में आदमी और बड़े बड़े पोस्ट में हैं, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। मैंने मॉर्निंग मॉर्निंग का सेशन मैंने ज्वाइन किया था, तो उसमें देखा कि आईटी सेक्टर से बीटेक किए हुए हैं, इंजीनियर हैं, नौकरी कर रहे हैं। तो इतने सारे हम कर सकते हैं, यानी हमको लगता था, हम अभी बीटेक कर रहे हैं, अभी सेकेंड ईयर में है, तो हमको लगता था हमेशा कि मेरा इंटरव्यू में कैसे होगा नहीं होगा। मेरा अंदर जो कॉन्फिडेंस रहता था वो हमेशा लो होता था, हमेशा घट जाता था। कैसे भी मोटिवेशन वीडियो देखते थे, फिर अपने आप लो हो जाता था। तो यहाँ देखा मैंने कि देख बड़े बड़े पोस्ट पे है, तो हमने शायद कभी हार नहीं मानी होगी। हमको एक एक दो बार लगता है कि मैंने ज़्यादा ही सोच रहा हूँ, मतलब मैं इस विषय में ज़्यादा ही सोचता हूँ, इसलिए शायद कभी कभी ज़्यादा होती है। जब मैं सोचता हूँ तब ज़्यादा स्टेमरिंग होती है, और जब कभी सोचता ही नहीं हूँ कि मेरी स्टेमरिंग होती है, तो मेरी नहीं होती है। ऐसा, जिससे अभी रूम में दोस्त लोग के साथ मैं ठीक बोल लेता हूँ, लेकिन जब क्लास में वाइवा वगैरह सब होता है तो पता नहीं डर अंदर बैठ जाता है। तो यहाँ आकर मुझे बहुत अच्छा फील और आप लोग बहुत अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं, जो सब मिल के एक साथ आगे बढ़ने का काम जो हो रहा है। और हम लोग सोसाइटी में से बहुत से लोग हैं जो इसके बारे में जानते नहीं है अब तक, तो लोग को भी आगे लाना जरूरी है, और हम लोग को भी आगे बढ़ाना साथ साथ बहुत जरूरी है, ताकि वो भी आगे लाइफ में कुछ कर सके, ताकि उनका मन कभी हारे ना। तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, और हम लोग जो चाहे वो कर सकते हैं। जैसे कहावत है, हम जो सोच सकते हैं वो कर सकते हैं, बस कभी हिम्मत हारना नहीं चाहिए। नाइस टू मीट यू ऑल ऑफ यू, एंड सबके बहुत अच्छे हैं, और अच्छा लग रहा है सबसे मिलके, और ऐसे ही बात करते रहेंगे और आगे बढ़ेंगे सबके मिलके। थैंक यू, गुड नाइट ऑल ऑफ यू।
थैंक यू सो मच जलीस जी, आपने बहुत अच्छी बात बोली और आपसे मिलकर बहुत अच्छा लगा। एंड ये आपका पहला दिन था, लेकिन आज ये टीसा नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का आखिरी दिन था। तो अब हम नेक्स्ट ईयर आपको, आई विश हम नेक्स्ट ईयर आपको पूरे तीनों दिन सुबह से रात तक देख पाएँ, और एंड आई विश आप भी बहुत पार्टिसिपेट करें नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस इन 2022। तो अब और कोई रहा नहीं है, बस 2 लोग बचे हैं। उनमें से एक मैं हूँ, जिन्हें गाना गाने का कुछ ज़्यादा ही शौक है। तो आज मैं एक और गाना, ये गाना एक्चुअली मैं कल गाने वाली थी, जब संतोष जी अपने और हरीश जी की फ्रेंडशिप के बारे में स्टोरीज बता रहे थे, तो ये गाना तब मेरे दिमाग में था, लेकिन मैं गा नहीं पाई। बट आज मैं सोच रही हूँ आज ही एक गा दूँ। तू जो रूठा तो कौन हंसेगा, तू जो छूटा तो कौन रहेगा, तू चुप है तो ये डर लगता है, अपना मुझको अब कौन कहेगा, तू ही वजह तेरे बिना बेवजह बेकार हूँ मैं, तेरा यार हूँ मैं। ओ आजा लड़े फिर खिलौनों के लिए, तू जीते मैं हार जाऊं, आजा करे फिर वही शरारतें, तू भागे मैं मार खाऊं, मीठी सी वो गाली तेरी सुनने को तैयार हूँ मैं, तेरा यार हूँ मैं, हो तेरा यार हूँ मैं। हो जाते नहीं कहीं रिश्ते पुराने, किसी नए के आ जाने से, जाता हूँ मैं तो मुझे तू जाने दे, क्यों परेशान है मेरे जाने से, टूटा है तो जुड़ा है क्यों, मेरी तरफ तू मुड़ा है क्यों, हक नहीं तू ये कहे कि यार अब हम ना रहे, एक तेरी यारी का ही सातों जन्म हकदार हूँ मैं, तेरा यार हूँ मैं, हो तेरा यार हूँ मैं। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू एवरीवन। एंड मेरे भी यहाँ काफ़ी सारे फ्रेंड्स बन चुके हैं टीसा में, तो ये गाना उन सब के लिए भी। नेक्स्ट टीसा नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 2021 के फाइनल पार्टिसिपेंट्स सूरज जी। सूरज प्लीज टर्न ऑन योर कैमरा।
या थैंक यू आकांक्षा जी। मैं इतना अच्छा तो नहीं गा सकता आपके जैसा, संतोष जी के जैसा, बिल्कुल नहीं। मैं फर्स्ट टाइम लाइफ में गा रहा हूँ कोई भी किसी भी प्लेटफॉर्म पर। इसके पहले मैंने कभी नहीं गाया है, कुछ भी परफॉर्म नहीं किया है। ठीक है, मैं कोशिश करता हूँ। या मैं सबको अनम्यूट करने की परमिशन भी देता हूँ, वो भी मेरे साथ गा सकते हैं। मेरी आवाज सुनकर कोई बेहोश ना हो जाए, इसलिए सबकी आवाज होगी तो ठीक रहेगा। या आई विल स्टार्ट। जब कोई बात बिगड़ जाए, जब कोई मुश्किल पड़ जाए, तुम देना साथ मेरा, हे हमनवा, हे हमनवा। ना कोई है ना कोई था, जिंदगी भर तेरे सिवा, तुम देना साथ मेरा, हे हमनवा। थैंक यू वेरी मच। इससे ज्यादा आता भी नहीं है।
आपने बहुत अच्छा गाया सूरज जी, आपकी फीलिंग्स बहुत साफ साफ दिख रही थी, आपने बहुत फील से गाया। तो इसी के साथ आई वुड लाइक टू wind up the open mic session. I enjoyed a lot and I also think that यहाँ पे सबने बहुत enjoy किया और आज बहुत बहुत अच्छे परफॉर्मेंसेस देखने को मिली। तो अब हम सब मिलेंगे नेक्स्ट ईयर 2022 में, एंड आई रिक्वेस्ट every one of you to participate in the next national conference. So thank you so much. Thank you.
निखिल जी भी है, वो निखिल जी एक गाना सुनाएंगे, फिर हम अपना सेशन वाइंड अप करेंगे। निखिल जी बहुत ही अच्छा गाते हैं।
अच्छा गाना गाऊं मैं? बहुत सारे सॉन्ग्स हैं माइंड में। I'm also sing one song. It's like a very old song. Since I am like I like more of like old songs, so let me like sing one song. ये रात भीगी भीगी ये मस्त फिजाएं, हो रात धीरे धीरे वो चांद प्यारा प्यारा। ये रात भीगी भीगी ये मस्त फिजाएं, वो रात धीरे धीरे वो चांद प्यारा प्यारा। क्यों आग सी लगा के गुमसुम है चांदनी, सोने भी नहीं देता मौसम का ये इशारा। ये रात भीगी भीगी ये मस्त फिजाएं, वो रात धीरे धीरे वो चांद प्यारा प्यारा। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू निखिल जी। आप बहुत ही अच्छा गाते हो, सबको पता है।
I just like
ओके, ठीक है, फिर हम अपनी एनसी इधर ही फाइंड अप करते हैं। इट्स 10:07। ओके एवरीबॉडी, गुड नाइट,
Thank you everyone.
बाय,
Thank you.
टेक केयर।
You can take out the streaming off कर दो। Yeah,
यस यस।